Hi everyone. Oh shit, I have my thing on and I can hear myself and I don't like it. Okay. How's everybody doing? Ooh, pigs with Santa hats. Okay, I'll work on that. I'll try to do that. Yeah, I was trying to come up with some like Christmassy emojis and I got as far as a Santa. Santa and then the dogs with the hat. That was as far as my brain went, but you're right, pigs with a Santa hat, that would be ideal. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Happy December 1st, final month of the year, which means we're very close to finally picking our Pop Girlie of 2025. Let's get right into it then, because my ideal would be to have this stream done by 11:35 because Gaga is going to be on Stephen Colbert tonight, and I do want to watch that, but she probably won't be on, like right away. So, there's a grace window, but I do want to watch Gaga, as per usual, as I do. So let's get into it. So we only have one dishonorary flop this stream, and that is Ms. Oh wait, why is it not updating? What the heck? It just still says Pop Girlie News. Let me reset it. Oh shit, don't look at that. That's a spoiler. I'm just gonna take that off the screen. Okay, hopefully there we go. Okay, so our dishonorary flop for this week, only one. It is Ms. Scarlett Johansson. Why? I don't even know what the context was, but I guess she was asked in some sort of interview, what do you think that your support of Woody Allen has, done for your career? Do you think it's hurt your career at all? And she said, I don't know, probably, maybe not, I have no idea. Which, yeah, I don't think that her career has been at all affected by her decision to continue working with Woody Allen. I don't think anyone's career has been affected by continuing to work with Woody Allen. But then she also said it's important to have integrity, as if her working with Woody Allen still is a sign of integrity. Weird. Very, very weird. And gross. I truly don't understand why anyone likes him at all. I mean, number one, there's the whole raping a child thing. That's bad. I thought we all agreed that was bad. But then, in addition to that, even if you don't believe that woman, that happened to her, which I would love to hear why. I want to hear all these celebrities who imply that they think that Dylan is lying. I want to hear them explain it. I want to hear them actually, put their money where their mouth is and say, this is the part that I don't believe. This is the part that I think is made up. I want to hear your explanation, but you're not going to give an explanation because you know it would sound terrible because, yeah. So there's that part, the raping a child thing. Then there's the marrying your stepdaughter part, which technically she wasn't his stepdaughter because they weren't married or whatever, but the adopted daughter of your girlfriend, of your partner, that you met when she was a minor, and then you married her. Already disgusting. And then also, just on top of all of that, I don't think his movies were ever that good. They're okay. His earlier movies are, decent. But his latest movies all suck. And even the ones that are decent, they're just decent. I don't understand. There are certain celebrities, certain artists who have work that is so extraordinary where I'm like, it's not okay to just overlook the terrible things that they've done, but I do understand why some people would be motivated to, you know, not want to acknowledge that stuff or want to pretend that it doesn't exist. Woody Allen is not one of those people for me. I don't think his work has ever been that good. I don't think his movies have ever been that good. They've just been like, okay. So I don't get it. But have fun with that. And then we have a new category this week. This is someone who is, she's not an honorary pop girly because she is an actual pop girly, but she's like, she's a newcomer. And she didn't really get on my radar until very recently, to the point where I was like, well, I don't need to put her on the bracket for this year. I'll put her on the bracket. She'll be in the running for next year, most likely. But I was like, you know, it's so late into the year to add a new girl on at this point. You know, we just don't need to. But then she did something this week that has kind of made me question that a little bit, and I still don't think that I'm going to put her into the nominations. I think that we can just save her for next year, because I presume that her career will be doing even better in 2026, so it'll be more appropriate there. But I did need to at least talk about her and mention it. So, Ms. Olivia Dean, who is one of the best new artist nominees at the Grammys this year. I haven't done like a full dive into her work yet, so I'm not super familiar with her music, but I've heard her name a few times. I saw her perform on SNL. So I know that she is like a rising girly. I'm seeing more and more of her getting talked about on social media, and especially after this last week, because she did something very, very cool. I guess she has some sort of tour or something coming up, some shows. And obviously resale prices are out of control because it's Ticketmaster and they're all like that now. So she posted this the other day. An update on ticket resale. After many conversations with my team, Ticketmaster and AXS have agreed to refund the difference to anyone who paid over face value for a ticket, and will cap all future ticket resale prices to face value for the North American run of the tour. Every artist and their team should be granted the option to cap resale at face value ahead of on sale to keep the live music space accessible for all. The secondary ticket market is an exploitative and unregulated space, and we as an industry have a responsibility to protect people and our community. Thank you for your patience, and I'm looking forward to seeing all you real humans at the show. Stop the bots. So not only did she post that, Ticketmaster themselves then posted this. We share Olivia Dean's desire to keep live music accessible and ensure fans have the best access to affordable tickets. Well, first of all, that does not appear to be true, because your own CEO was saying shit like a few weeks ago, a month or so ago, about how he wanted ticket prices to get even higher because he wanted concerts to be like a luxury event. So, liars, but okay, we'll take it. While we can't require other marketplaces to honor artists' resale preferences, we echo Olivia's call to do better and have taken steps to lead by example. We hope efforts like this can help fans afford another show they've been considering or discover someone new. Ticketmaster is capping resale prices for the Art of Loving Live tour on its site. Fans who already purchased resale tickets for this tour on Ticketmaster will receive partial refunds, which I don't know what the partial refund means. But again, okay, we'll take it. What is very, confusing about this, though, is like, has this been an option for every person who's sold tickets in the last year or 2 years? Because at that point, I have some questions for the other girlies who made no such efforts to do anything like this. Now, I do think, for one thing, there has been rising backlash against Ticketmaster, so it's possible that, like, just in these last few months, they've decided to, like, switch up their business model and be a little bit more accommodating to requests like this. It's very possible, but it also still just feels so weird given the fact that Olivia Dean is a new artist, like a brand new artist. A new enough artist that, again, she wasn't even in our nominee list. And she can get this done? You know, and especially as someone who really, really, really would like to see the Mayhem Ball again, but cannot afford $1,000 resale ticket prices, which is currently what I would have to pay to go see it again. I would love it if my girl kinda, you know, got in on this. 'Cause, like, what the fuck? Why can Olivia Dean do things that main pop girlies seem to not be able to? Yeah. A lot of questions for a lot of girls coming from this. But good for you, Olivia Dean. We do love it. And hopefully this sets a precedent, especially because there is this conversation happening around Olivia Dean of, like, why the fuck can Olivia do this and other artists are not doing it? I hope that her doing it sets an actual precedent for, like, you should not be able to get away with not doing it. Just shouldn't even really be an option at this point. But thank you to Olivia. I hope to see you on the bracket next year. And then we have our updates. So, there's a Chainsmokers remix for The Fate of Ophelia now. It sounds like shit. It sounds exactly like what you think it would sound like. Just absolute garbaggio, absolute doo-doo. It sucks. But I guess why not at this point, you know? Just why not? And it's like, the thing that bothers me a little bit about it is, like, yeah, the remix sucks, but it's the fact that it's the Chainsmokers too. It's like, is that your audience? You're trying to appeal to the Chainsmokers crowd? Who are you? I didn't know they were still making stuff. Yeah, I know. I didn't know that either for a while. Like, I hadn't even thought of them since, like, the late 2010s. And then do you remember during the pandemic when there was, like, a concert, like, at the peak of COVID, height of COVID, there was some sort of concert where everyone was supposed to stay in their cars, but then everyone just got out anyway, and it became, like, a mass spread event. And it was for the fucking Chainsmokers. Like, who was that passionate about, like, I need to get out of my car and dance to the Chainsmokers? I mean, I guess if you're going to a Chainsmokers concert, it's not the kind of thing you would listen to in the car. It is, like, dance EDM music or whatever. Like, it is supposed to be danced to. But I just can't imagine being that passionate about the Chainsmokers to fucking go in the first place. Whatever. And you know what? For the people who complain about Selena Gomez dating Benny Blanco, do you know who she was seen on a date with prior to Benny Blanco? One of the guys from the Chainsmokers. So maybe be fucking grateful. And then she's still breaking a fuck ton of records. And she's got, like, #1 for 53 days at #1 on the global Spotify chart. And it's like, at this point, what does it even matter? Taylor Swift going #1 it makes no impact on me. I don't even feel like it's an accomplishment anymore. And it is an accomplishment, but it's more of a statement about like how ubiquitous her celebrity has become in pop culture in general. And it has very, very little to do with the actual quality of the music. Like, she would have gone number one no matter what she released. I mean, Fate of Ophelia is definitely the best song. I don't think it's the best song in the album, but I think it's the most, like, single-friendly song. She definitely picked the right song to make a single. And so it's, like, listenable enough that it can stay at number one. I don't think if she had made, like, Wood the first single that it would be number one on global Spotify. But it still just feels like it has way more to do with the fact that it's her releasing it than it does with the quality of the music. You know, it's just like, because it's Taylor Swift, it gets put on all the different Spotify, Apple Music playlists, so it gets way more traction than any other song that's released. It doesn't even totally feel fair at this point. It's just, I'm numb to it. And I don't know, like, if you're Taylor Swift, because she is a very competitive person, and I know that she likes getting all these number ones and stuff, but it's like, at this point, how do you not feel numb to it? How do you feel like, been there, done that, you know? Why not get competitive in a different way, you know? Like, do something extraordinary in another kind of arena, not just try to get, like, charted singles. I don't know. And then it was, yeah, Fate of Ophelia is the first song to spend its first 7 weeks at number one in the Hot 100 since BTS's Butter. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything to me. And then Opalite, I guess, it re-entered the global Spotify top 10. Means nothing to me. But also, I mean, again, it is one of the better songs on the album, so I guess there's that. When Father Figure goes number one, I'll be excited. But then here's the worst update. A new clip has been released from her End of an Era docuseries for Disney Plus that's coming out this month. The new clip, the little mini trailer thing that they released, it's all about Travis. Literally the whole thing is 30 seconds long. It's all about Travis. I'd play it, but I know I'm gonna get copyright claimed. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. It's sad to look at. It's sad to watch happen. And I think it's temporary. I don't think that it's like, this is the end of Taylor Swift or whatever. I think that she'll get past this at some point. But I don't know what it's going to take to get past it. I mean, either she just needs to, like, maybe break up with him. I'm not saying that she needs to dump him at all, but I'm just, you know, that would be the fastest way for us to get past this. And if they broke up, it would be probably one of the greatest breakup albums we've ever heard. But then, alternatively, and what I think would be the nicer option for her is, like, they get married, they have a lovely life, they're in love, they're happy, and she just spends some time alone and gets, not alone, but, like, with him, and gets out of this honeymoon phase and moves on to something else. But I can't keep going like this. I can't hear that much more about this man. It's bad. Like, the first full trailer was one thing where Travis Kelce was the only person actually identified in the entire trailer. That was already telling. But for one of the first, like, other little clip things you put out, for it to all be about Travis, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. But this bubble will burst eventually. This bubble will burst eventually. I am excited to see the docuseries, though. I'm probably going to be very annoyed with the Travis Kelce of it all. But I love a little behind the scenes thing. I hope it's not as bad as the promo material is making it seem. I hope that he's just a very small part, and I hope that they're trying to capitalize off of the attention on the relationship, and they're trying to lean into the amount that people are interested in the relationship just to get people to watch the series, and then the series will actually just be about the show and about her and not all about him. That's what I'm really hoping for. I hope it's just marketing. But I don't know. Is Travis a wife guy? I guess we'll see. Yeah, I know. I'm still stuck on the album signatures, to be honest. I agree. I was really hoping that those were fake, that some fan just wrote Travis's name, but the more I saw, it seems like they were real. Yeah, that is really... Like, I love that Gaga's in a happy relationship right now with Michael. I don't want Michael's signatures on anything. Unless it was like I specifically asked for it. Like, if I saw Michael out and about and I was like, oh my god, will you sign my shirt or something? That'd be cool. But like, if I'm paying for a signed copy of a CD, I don't want anybody's name on it except for Lady Gaga. As someone who considers themselves Swiftie adjacent and not like full Swiftie though, my heart just really goes out to the Swifties. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry that this is happening to you. I really am. And I think it's so telling too. The amount that men who watch sports, who watch football, who watch the Chiefs specifically, the amount that they were complaining about every time that Taylor was put up on the screen when she was at one of the games. And if you actually look into it, like the most that she was ever shown on screen accumulatively across an entire game was like 40 seconds total. Multiple hour football games, you see Taylor Swift for like in total 40 seconds and men are pissing their pants about it. They can't fucking stand it. They booed her at the Super Bowl. And this is what the Swifties have to actually deal with. Like, the football people just saw Taylor Swift's face for less than a minute total. The Swifties are having their fucking Eras Tour docuseries hijacked by this relationship. It's so fucked up. It's so unfair to be a girl sometimes. Just get the short end of the short end of the stick for everything. Do the Swifties like him? I think they did at first. I think that they were at first really excited by this relationship because he seemed to make her happy and he seemed to want to, because the issue with Joe Alwyn was that, like, he was very private. He didn't seem to want to be a part of the celebrity part of Taylor's life at all, which for a minute kind of worked for their relationship, because in the Reputation eras where they like met, right when Taylor was getting like canceled, and a lot of the Reputation songs are about Joe. So in that era, you know, it was like she was under a lot of scrutiny, so I think that she didn't want to be as public as she had been previously because she was getting so attacked. So him being a more private person, that worked. And then they went into COVID. We all went into COVID, you know, we went into lockdown. And so it was easier for them to be private there. And then when she came out with like Midnights, I do think the song Bejeweled, I think a few songs are maybe about him, but especially Bejeweled, I think was definitely about Joe Alwyn and not feeling like she could really be her full self in that relationship. And then she started dating Maddie Healy, who I think a big reason that she liked being with Maddie Healy is because Maddie wasn't a afraid of that part of her life. Not as afraid. I think he turned out to be a little bit more spooked than he thought that he was going to be. But he also is a celebrity. He also is a singer. He also, he does essentially the same thing that Taylor Swift does, just in a slightly different area. But he was going out in public with her. He was, at her shows, getting filmed by fans and seeming excited by it. So I think that was a big plus for Taylor at the time, was like, oh my God. And she had a crush on Matty Healy for years, it seems, before that. So she had a crush on him for a long time, and then he was... It's like... He was just willing to be her public boyfriend more than I think Joe Alwyn was, and I think that was very exciting for her. But then that crashed and burned, and a lot of fans didn't love Matty Healy for a variety of understandable reasons. And in fact, there was an entire petition asking her to break up with him for the sake of her fans, which was kind of insane, even if the reasons that people didn't like him were kind of fair. So then she started dating Travis Kelce, who wanted to be public with her, talked about her on his podcast. Also, fairly clean-cut guy. I mean, he is somewhat MAGA-coded in his aesthetics, but previously he has been considered the Democrat, the liberal of the football world because of his support of Black Lives Matter and his support of vaccines. So... At first, I think the Swifties were very, very excited that she was dating Travis Kelce, and then she just took it way too fucking far. And now, I think the Swifties are split. Some are still very happy for her. Others are getting a little disturbed. And quite a lot of them are just fucking sick of it. And I would say that I am definitely in the just fucking sick of it category. But I'm not even full Swiftie. I'm Swiftie adjacent, so everyone salute to the full Swifties out there. Send them your love. Oh, Charlie XCX, She did a Black Friday sale where a percentage of all the proceeds went to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. So we just love that. Want to shout her out for that. Cardi B is now selling a vinyl, a court edition of the vinyl. She before had CDs. Now she has a vinyl. And I really do like the thing that she's got in the middle of the vinyl right there. That is funny. That's cute. And she looks great. Hilary Duff has got some Vegas shows lined up. I am signed up for the pre-sale. I'm really hoping for it. That'll be around my birthday, so that would be fun to go to Vegas for my birthday and see Hilary. But again, I don't know because it's only 3 nights, so it's gonna be kind of tough. But I guess everyone pray for me. She's going the Taylor Swift route, not as heavily as maybe Taylor did, because Taylor at this point, after the announcement of Life of a Showgirl, had already probably 5 or 6 finals. This, I think, is the second variant from the regular, so I guess 3 in total, the regular album, then there was another album, another variant, then this is the 3rd variant. What's significant about these variants, though, is that she's re-recording her old songs and putting them onto these variants. It looks like 2 songs at a time. So the first 2, I think, were So Yesterday and Wake Up. This is What Dreams Are Made Of and something else. I assume that all of these re-recordings are going to go on to streaming eventually. So I definitely don't think that you need to buy these vinyls at all. And especially after Life of a Showgirl, I'm not pre-buying anybody's vinyls anymore. I didn't buy the Life of a Showgirl vinyl beforehand, thank God. And I actually saw, because there had been one CD variant that I kind of wanted because I thought it looked really cute, especially as a CD, but then I didn't buy it and it sold out before I could even really like totally think about it. But then I saw that CD at Target the other day and I was like, oh, I do still kind of want the CD just because I think it's such a cute little CD. But I'm like, but I don't like this album enough to buy it. So I didn't buy it, but I did think about it just for the packaging. But the Hillary vinyls, I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till the album comes out. I'm not buying. The only person who I will like pre-order a vinyl for at this point is Gaga, and that's just because I'm a dedicated little monster, but nobody else. And at least I say I'm not pre-buying anyone's vinyls. At least with Hillary, we have had a single already, so I do have an idea of what the album sounds like. With Life of a Showgirl, she didn't release anything prior. So it was like all those people bought those fucking vinyls, not knowing what the music was going to sound like at all, while she was fucking talking a whole bunch of shit about what the albums were going to sound like, and they don't sound like that whatsoever. So, like, she burned me. And I didn't even really get burned, again, because I didn't buy the vinyls, but that's how I know. I'm not pre-ordering anyone's vinyls ever again. Yeah, Radical Optimism was a big pre-sale burn for me, yeah. But and even then, she released singles before the album came out, so you had a better idea of what the album was going to sound like more than the Swifties did. Yeah, I need the girls to go back to singles campaigns. We need to hear the music before we buy the albums. Please and thank you. Congratulations to Katy Perry. She received a $1.8 million payout from the dying veteran in her years-long battle over this mansion. Now, a whole bunch of outlets keep focusing on the veteran part of it. They'll be like, she won her lawsuit against this poor dying veteran. You mean the millionaire? The millionaire that had the multi-million-dollar mansion that she wanted to buy, that she did buy, and then he changed his mind because he wanted to sell it for a higher price? Like, it's not even like... It's not like he... Because his whole thing, he was claiming that he was not in the right state of mind or something when he sold Katie the house, but he was saying he wasn't in the right state of mind because he wanted to sell it to somebody else for a higher price. Like, he got a higher offer. It wasn't even like he still wanted to stay in the house. So why are we doing this whole like, oh my god, this poor dying veteran, he can't even die peacefully in his mansion because Katie just took it from him. It's like, no, he wasn't going to be in that mansion regardless. Still, it is hard for me to have that much sympathy for Katie because this is the second real estate debacle that she's gotten herself in, and I'm definitely more on her side on this one than in the first one. The first one, I was like, you should just back out of that. It's not even because you were totally in the wrong. You should have just seen the situation and been like, oh no, I don't want to be a part of this, because there's a lot going on here that I don't need to be involved in. She should have just backed out of that one. This one, I'm a little bit more like, okay, well, fuck this guy, you know. Go for it, I guess. But it's like, Katie doesn't want to live in that house either. She wanted to rent it out to Chris Pratt. All of these millionaires are just buying property just so that they can make more money off of it. It's just so ridiculous to me that it's even this much of a conversation. Like, just stop buying this many houses. Give me one. I'll take one. Doesn't even need to be a mansion. I'll just take a house. Just a single house. Just at all. Please. But okay, fine. Buy your mansion so that you can rent it out to Chris Pratt, to other celebrities, to other fucking rich people. Fuck all of you, really. But in this instance, fuck the old guy a little bit more. It's like, what is even the point of pointing out that he's a veteran, though? What is that supposed to do? Like, oh my god, cool. I'm not a big fan of the military in the first place. The only reason I would have more sympathy for a veteran is, like, if they were a veteran that actually got really fucked over, like plenty of veterans do. Like, he's not homeless. He's not someone who, like, got his health insurance taken away from him or something. Like, he's a millionaire. Any sympathy that I would have for a veteran doesn't apply here. But whatever. Congratulations, Katie. This, Beyonce posted this on Instagram. It's "Where you at? Holla when you get here," written in Microsoft Excel, because this was a thing. Kelly had a song where in the music video she was like texting someone, but in Microsoft Excel. It's a joke. It's a funny meme. Beyonce is referencing it. And to that point, I'm like, why is she referencing it here? Are they going to do something together? Or is this just fun? Because I think Kelly Rowland is doing something right now, isn't she? She has some sort of show or something coming up. What is she up to? But is there going to be, you know, like a reunion or anything coming up? Is this a hint towards something? Or is it just for fun? Yeah, she's touring or something. I see something on her Instagram that says "See you soon, Detroit and Washington," so she must be touring. I wonder if Beyonce will make an appearance at any of the shows. That would be fun. Oh, she's on tour with Brandy and Monica. That's fun. This is depressing. So, our dear JoJo Siwa was recently hospitalized after she had an ovarian cyst that ruptured. It sounded like it was pretty bad. She said she was in excruciating pain. She couldn't breathe. And then she got out of the hospital, and literally hours later was performing at the Mall of America. Here she is. I can't play the audio because of copyright. It's her new Christmas song. It sounds like what you think it sounds like. Here, we'll play a second of it. Yeah, it sounds bad, but look at all the energy that she is giving this performance, and she literally just got out of the hospital that day. That fucking day. I can't. They need to take care of this girl. What is anyone on her team doing? Here she is. Like, gotta get out of the hospital. Gotta leave because I've got a Black Friday performance at the Mall of America. Oh my god. And, like, I'm sorry, but with this first outfit especially, the fact that people are saying that she's in, like, her straight era is so funny. That's not a straight woman. Just because she has a boyfriend. Like, look at that. I'm sorry, but come on. Yep, trad wife, JoJo Siwa. Oh, I'm so sad for her. Yeah, wearing her Christmas cargo pants, I see. Exactly. Speaking of TikToks, though, because that was where, I guess I didn't speak of TikToks at all, but JoJo talked about her ruptured ovarian cyst on her TikTok. It was like a 7-minute long TikTok, so I wasn't gonna play the whole thing, but she talked about it if you want to go watch her talk about it. But Ms. Sabrina Carpenter has also posted a TikTok celebrating the end of her tour and ending it with this, and I want to say one last thing, ... Bitch, what do you want to say? Please tell us. But here's her little TikTok. I can't play the audio because of the copyright. It is a Miley Cyrus song, though, which is cute. She says, saying goodbye to the heart pit where I pretended to be shocked by the surprise song. I knew it. I knew that those were not actually, she was not shocked. They were pre-planned. The fireplace where I would never know if the shot would be water or tequila. That's funny. The stairs that humbled my ass one too many times. The bed that we come ride on mead. I mean camaraderie. Funny. The lift I had 3 seconds to serve in the mug pick. I don't know what that means. And then she says, and I wanna say one last thing. What would you like to say, my girl? I guess we'll find out. Then, in some other, uncomfortable conversations, Ariana Grande. Well, I mean, the whole thing, everything around Wicked and Ariana and Cynthia at this point is getting very uncomfortable because, like, and it's not even necessarily all their fault. Most of it's not their fault. I would say 99% of it's not their fault. But the conversations around them are getting so fucking out of hand. So, this is something that Ariana posted onto her Instagram the other day. She says, resharing this from last year as a loving reminder to all. I always love and appreciate our talks so much. And I think that's the interviewer. So this was an interview that she did last year talking about her body and people making comments about her body. I don't really even know what to say about this, and I thought about writing something out to try to, like, articulate my feelings, and I don't even if I spent days trying to come up with something to say, I wouldn't know what to say. Because this is a very, delicate situation, and I don't really know what the right way to talk about it is. But, just speaking from my heart, obviously something is going on. She is worryingly thin. It does scare me. Especially, it scared me throughout the entire run of the Wicked promo because of the amount of stuff that she was doing. The amount that she was just in front of people. The amount that she was out and about doing these promo campaigns. The amount that she's performing. The amount that she's filming multiple things. Like, she filmed an entire little short film for her album. She is making another movie. She's in the Meet the Parents sequel thing. She's got some other shit lined up. I think she's in a Dr. Seuss movie. She did 2 years of promo for Wicked. Like, just the amount of stuff that she was already doing, I was like, I just don't know how much physical exertion that body can withstand. And then on top of it, she's going on tour next year. And she's just kind of gotten thinner. And it is frightening to look at. I am very worried about her tour. Because that's going to be more physical exertion than any of this has been. And I don't know... I don't know what to say about it, though, because clearly something is going on, whether it be like some sort of medical issue, which it could be, or a mental health issue, which I think it most likely is. I do think she most likely has an eating disorder. But how do you talk about it? Because it's like, in general, pointing out someone's weight, especially when they have an eating disorder, is less than productive for that person. I don't think a lot of the conversations that are happening right now are going to be very helpful for Ariana. At the same time, it's not all about them. It's not all about Ariana. It's not all about Cynthia. It's not all about whoever else that we've noticed has gotten rather thin in the last 2 years. There is a larger cultural conversation that is relevant here about the ways that we talk about thinness. And I don't know. I don't know how to talk about it. I don't know, because I don't want to put that much judgment onto them for it. Because I do think that, like, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to expect the mentally ill woman to stop acting mentally ill and start acting responsibly for her sake and for the sake of, like, every other girl in the world or something? Like, I don't think that's fair. But at the same time, I don't think that we can just continue to ignore this and act like there isn't something happening. Act like they look totally normal and healthy. Like, especially because it's the amount of stuff that they're doing. It's not like they're just at home minding their business. They are out on these promo campaigns so heavily. And we're all supposed to just, like, look at it and be like, yep, nothing's going on there. That all looks totally fine. I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to fucking say about it, though. But I don't know. And I wish that she would just shut up about it, is my big thing. And that's where I have to say that is, like, the 1% where I'm like, I can give some blame here. Even her posting this Instagram story, which I kind of understand why she did it, because the discourse was gaining some traction again, because she's gotten thinner than she even was last year. But it's like, her posting it is bringing the conversation back up. And this is the thing for me. It's like, it's not even just about the way that her body being so public is going to affect people. It's the way that the conversation is going to affect people. And the more that she tries to defend herself, and the more that she says, everyone shut the fuck up, the more that her fans go online and start being like, this is totally fine. Like, there's nothing happening here. Everyone shut up. It's like the conversation itself in defense of her is normalizing this to a degree that makes me so uncomfortable, because I don't want young girls to look at this and be like, oh, Ariana says that she's healthy. All of her fans say that she's healthy. So this must be okay. You know, it's like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. But at this point, it feels irresponsible to just ignore it. I am really worried for her, though. Especially for that tour. And this is the thing, too, is like, we can do this whole thing about it's nobody's business. But number one, the way that this conversation is happening online is going to affect more than just Ariana. So it's like, it is people's business to a large extent. But also, even just from a parasocial lens and from, like, a fan lens, I don't have tickets for the Ariana Grande tour because they were very hard to get, and I'm not like a day one Ari stan, so it's like, it doesn't mean that much to me. If the tour came around, and she's not coming to Detroit anyway, so it's like, I'd have to go to Chicago in the first place. But if the tour came around, I'd maybe consider going to see it. But there's a part of me that's like, oh, I almost would feel weird buying a ticket at this point, Because I don't know that she's in a place where I think she should physically be enduring a tour like that, you know? Like, it would make me feel weird to be paying money to watch her exert herself when she doesn't look like she can withstand all of that. It's just weird. Ariana has actually not said she's healthy. She says for people to stop talking about it. Well, kind of. She did kind of imply that she is healthy, and that's my big issue too, is like the way that she's talking about it is also very not productive. She didn't specifically say, because people are like misquoting it and being like that she said that this is the healthiest she's ever been. Well, she didn't say that, but she did a bit ago make a video where she said the body that you're comparing my body to was very unhealthy, meaning the past images of herself where she was a little bit bigger. She's not like, she's always been a very thin person. Like, I don't think Ariana Grande has ever not had a thigh gap. She's always been very thin. But she used to not be as thin as she currently is. And in that video, she said, you're comparing my body to, like, a version of myself that was really unhealthy, that was, like, on antidepressants, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, yeah, she didn't say that this is the healthiest I've ever been. But there is an implication there when she knows that the conversation is about her weight. There is an implication in the way that she was talking about it, saying that, like, yeah, that was an unhealthy version of me. This is a more healthy version of me. And maybe there's more to that. Maybe there's some other health factors in there that maybe she is overall healthier than she was in those other, in the past. Because maybe there was some other stuff happening in the past that's no longer happening. Like, maybe generally, she is healthier now. She knows that the conversation is specifically around her weight. And so for her to say, to make that comparison of I'm healthier now than I was then, that is implying that her weight is the thing that is making her healthier. And that's where I'm like, just stop. Just don't fucking say anything. But I don't know. Because again, it's like, I think most likely she does have an eating disorder. But at that point, it's like, well, if she has an eating disorder, she has a mental illness that is causing her to not think clearly. So I don't want to put blame onto her for it. But I think asking people to just ignore it completely is just really unreasonable at this point. I wish that someone around her would encourage her to just take a fucking break. Just don't do all of this promo shit while you're like this. It's awful. And then people are also being super fucking weird toward Cynthia. And it's like, I don't even know what to do about our culture anymore. Everything is bad. And so Cynthia, she defended Ariana at that the premiere, I guess, in Singapore, when that man ran up on her. And now people are like doing these weird fucking TikToks masculinizing Cynthia in weird ways. I don't even want to show an example of them because they are just really fucking gross. But you can see right here this photo that someone's drawn. And this is crazy too because it's like we're all talking about Ariana's weight, which obviously has gotten very small. Cynthia is just as fucking small. She has more like muscle definition. She's maybe not as small as Ariana, but like she's also very thin, which is another reason that people are talking about it too, is like it's not just Ariana, it's Ariana, it's Cynthia, and it's Michelle Yeoh. Like, all three of them are very small. And that's another thing too. And this is, oh, I don't know. I don't know how to have this conversation because, and I see what everyone in the chat is saying too about like it's not healthy or it's not helpful to point out their eating disorder, and I agree. It's not helpful to them, but again, it's not all just about them. At some point, the rest of us, for the sake of the rest of us, have to have at least some acknowledgement of like, this is getting weird. This is not normal. You know, that's sort of the problem, is like the more and more we try to ignore it, not even ignore it, but the more, because I would almost be fine with us completely ignoring it, but it's the fact that the discourse is already out there and then people are defending their weight and defending shit to the point that like that's normalizing it even further. And I think that there are a lot of people with like the Ariana and Cynthia and Michelle Yeoh of it all. I think there are a lot of people who have had disordered eating problems themselves and who have done so in groups, you know, like in pro-Anna groups and such, and just with their other friends. Like it's a somewhat common experience for women who have eating disorders to kind of congregate together. And so I think that there's a lot too of people just putting their own personal experiences onto those women in a way that is like somewhat dehumanizing to them, but then also totally relatable in the sense of like celebrities are reflections of normal people's everyday lives. So it's like if you relate to something and if you see something, it's like it makes sense to me for you to like be putting that projection onto it. But then it's like we have this other end here where on one hand we can all acknowledge that all three of these women have gotten worryingly thin. And then you go over onto TikTok and there's people portraying Cynthia like she's got this huge bulky woman, which she just objectively is not. And then that makes it seem like, oh, this is just because she's black, isn't it? We're portraying Ariana here as so small and tiny, like a little child, when she's like she's shorter than Cynthia for sure. But width-wise, I think they're about at the same place. But because one of them is a little white girl, she's the small one, and Cynthia is now the big, bulky one. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Unless you're just racist. But then SZA, Queen, commented and say, because this is one woman's TikTok. Her TikTok is very good. She's defending Cynthia and pointing out the misogyny and the racism of it. SZA wrote, it's classic misogynoir, nothing else. Can't believe it's openly a thing in 2025. Everybody's gonna have cognitive dissonance 2 years later. Like, remember when everyone attacked Cynthia for being blackballed and nurturing? That was crazy. It could just stop now. Yeah, it really could. It really could. And people are also just being so weird about their relationship too. And I get it. On one hand, like I understand not that part at all. The stuff with their relationship, I'm like, because I've had moments where I'm like, they seem like they're maybe lesbian in together. And that's just an observation. That's just like a little bit of like a, oh, I'm noticing something. But people are taking it so fucking far to the point where it's like, now we can't even have fun little jokes about like Cynthia and Ariana being in love. Because now you're making it fucking weird, and now you're making it weirdly homophobic, too. Can't even root for two women to be in love with each other anymore. What has this world come to? Everyone's gotta make everything so fucking weird all the time. I don't get it. On a happier note, Jade's coming out with a deluxe edition for her album. Yay! It's got 8 new songs on it, which is nuts for a deluxe edition. And then she said, Gaga's The Fame Monster was a key inspiration. She said, that's the blueprint, isn't it, for a deluxe and a project across the board, to be honest. I was determined that it had to be essentially a brand new album. We love it. We love it. And, you know, I was saying it last time. The last time we talked about Jade. I do think she hasn't really hit it in America yet, in the US. This could be a part of the pivot. This could be where she really starts to make that swing, because she does have a tour coming up, and she'll be in the US for the tour in February. Her schedule looked pretty stacked to me. So I don't know how much time she's going to have to do any other sort of promo within February. Maybe she'll fit it in. I hope that I'd love to see more of her if she wants to go do like the late night circuits and stuff in February. But I do hope that she takes time to, rest and take care of herself. Because these girls do get burnt out pretty easily. Just trying to conquer the world. But I think maybe this is part of the plan, release the deluxe edition in December. It's going to be December 5th, so at the end of this week, the deluxe edition should be out. Maybe she'll do some, some New Year's Eve shows or something. And then February, she'll be in the US. Maybe she'll do some other stuff here beyond just the tour. I don't know. I'm excited. I'm excited for the future of Jade. She also was on the cover of Gay Times, as she should be. Seems absolutely correct to me. And then FKA Twigs, another tour happening, the Body High Tour, which, good amount of dates here. We talked about FKA Twigs before and all the shows that she canceled at the beginning of her current Eusexua tour. I don't know, is it still going? I thought it was, but maybe she's had her last show for Eusexua already. But she canceled quite a lot of shows because of visa issues, I guess. But now she's coming back, and she is going on to the West Coast. And that's good. No Detroit, I noticed, but that's fine. That's fine. She's coming to Toronto and Chicago, so if you're in Michigan, you can still, I guess, leave the state for it. I always complain about people not coming to Michigan. People also don't come to, Ohio or anything either. So, Chicago, I guess, is just the Midwest point. But I always just, Detroit is the Rock City, so I would like it if some of the girls would start fucking coming back here. No one's come here in a while. Katie came. Thank you, Katie. But all the other big main pop girlies are just skipping Detroit all the time, and I'm sad about it. But it's fine. Thank you, Twigs, for doing another tour, period. And she is going to Coachella, which that was the thing as well, that when she canceled the last tours, I was like, that Coachella thing really fucked her over. Not performing at Coachella was a big boo-boo. But that's okay. She'll be at this new Coachella. And I was a little bit, so last week she announced it, but she only announced it with a video on her Instagram and then her Twitter too. It was a video and then the caption said stuff about the tour. So the only way you would even know is if you read the caption that it was a tour. And then, because she was kind of pissing me off, because I was putting the slides together and I was like, well, I want to put something on for her new tour. She only released the tour poster today. So thank God she did that, because I was like, I don't even know what to put in the slide at this point. She didn't release any sort of image for it. And at first, she didn't even release the dates or the venues yet. She just had like an RSVP thing for like general locations of like, oh, if you're in Miami, RSVP here. But she didn't even say when the dates for the shows were gonna be or the venues. So I was like, motherfucker, I need her to get a fucking manager. But she's got it now. We got the pre-sale, I think, tomorrow, and then we've got an actual tour poster. So thank God for that. But I was like, if I gotta get on here with just a fucking screenshot of the video that she posted because she didn't put out a fucking poster, I'm gonna be annoyed. But she did. She also earlier today released a new music video for Love Crimes. I haven't watched it yet because it just came out earlier today, but she looks very cute in it, so I look forward to watching that later. And then she's got a movie coming out next year. I mean, not a movie that she's in, but a movie that I guess she's done the music for, and it says original music by Charlie XCX, Jack Antonoff, and FKA Twigs. Now, I didn't know anything about this beforehand, so I don't know. Does anybody else know? Did they work on the music together? Or is this separately, like, they've made songs for the movie, but independent of one another? Because I would be curious, given the amount of rumors about Charlie and Twigs, I would be curious to find out if they actually made something together. That would be fun. And would put an end to some of the speculation for now. But I don't know. I don't know anything about this. It's got Anne Hathaway in it, though. So I'll probably like it. Yeah, I think it must be separately, but I couldn't find out. Yeah, it was pretty unclear, but I only saw stuff about it today, so I don't even know when this movie was announced. Yeah, you're right. The Charlie and Twigs beef involved Antonoff indirectly. A lot of beef seems to involve Jack Antonoff indirectly, which I kind of love for him. I love that he just likes to involve himself in stuff. Like, he was involved in the Lana Ethel dispute. He seems to have been somewhat involved in Taylor's breakup with Joe Alwyn. I mean, that's not, like, necessarily true. It's a rumor. But it's possible. He's on, like, Kendrick Lamar's diss track toward Drake. Like, he just likes to be involved. And I don't blame him. And yeah, and that one did involve his wife. But even so, just the production angle of it is just so funny to me. Like, you could just not. It's like he has such a stacked schedule that it's like, it's very funny the amount that he still is just producing stuff that can get him, a part of conversations. He's a funny guy. He's one of the girls. He's one of the girls. Anyway, so Rosalia, welcome to the nomination list. So she's had a kind of, I wouldn't say like a busy year, because her album only came out in just last month, like less than a month ago. So in a way, she's been kind of a late edition. I don't even remember if I had her on the original list that I made months ago. But she has been teasing this project for essentially the entire year in various forms. Supposedly, it was the project was delayed because of a Mr. Jeremy Allen White. She said, after finishing the tour, I was seeing someone and I started writing letters to them. Then I thought, sorry, I'm burping as I'm talking. Then I thought, why am I doing all this for another person? I should be working on my album, working on myself. And who was the person that she was apparently sending letters to? But Jeremy Allen White, who, I don't know how he gets the pussy that he gets, but, well, no, I know. I get it. But for a minute, last year, he had like at least 3 different women linked to him. All hotties, too. But okay, so she was working on this album, got into this relationship with Jeremy Allen White. He is also someone who seems to be at the scene of the crime for some stuff, not as much as Jack Antonoff, but he's around. And he is cute. So I get it. But she decided to go back to working on her album, and thank God she did, because it is a great album. So there's been a lot of different, like, a pretty slow build-up for her promo here. So this was something, there was some, like, sheet music that she shared on Substack, and there was just these, like, really cryptic images like this put up in various places on, like, her social media, and then, again, her Substack, which the girls have been doing stuff on Substack recently. So she put some sheet music up for one of her songs prior to the song actually being released, which is cool. Then she put, I don't even remember where this was, but it was like, maybe it was just put up on her social media or something. But this was it was like a teaser for this album listening party thing that she did. And you could sign up on her website for it. Let me see. Yeah, 20 pre-release listening parties for the album. One of the most glorious ones was in, I think this one was Barcelona? But this was her listening party. She was at this one. There she is on the bed, right there. There's all the fans. Just incredible. I mean, that's an album cover in and of itself. What a beautiful image. Oh, it looks so cool. Oh, and that's just a GIF. But there's been a lot of like Catholic imagery for this in both the album itself and the lead up for it. So she also she bleached her hair to look like a halo. Very committed to the bit. I'm gonna be honest, I think it looks kind of dumb, but I love the idea of it. And I love that she was committed. This was put out prior, I think, in some sort of press release talking about the album. She said it traces a widescreen emotional arc of feminine mystique, transformation, and spirituality, moving between intimacy and operatic scale to create a radiant world where sound, language, and culture fuse as one. So then the album was released, oh shit, got rid of myself, was released November 7th. It was her first top 10 on the US and UK album charts. Broke the all-time record for most streamed album in a single day by a Spanish-speaking female artist. The album contains, I have seen different estimates, somewhere it's either 13 or 14 languages on the album. It's divided into 4 movements. It is being called orchestral pop. And it currently, I made these notes a while ago, so at the time that I made it, it had a 97 on Metacritic. Let me look currently. Oh, it's still 97. Holy shit. That makes it one of the best reviewed albums. It makes it the best reviewed album on the site of the year and the 5th best reviewed album of all time. Now, I'm sure that it'll probably go down eventually because the album hasn't even been out for a full month, but like already, that's an insane number. 5th best reviewed album of all time. Crazy. It's also receiving a lot of praise from other girlies. So like here's Demi Lovato talking about it, or not talking about it, but doing like a meme on it on TikTok. Which, by the way, where the fuck is Demi at this point? She released a few new songs for like a deluxe edition of her album, but even then, I don't know if that's supposed to be the full deluxe edition. I feel like we're maybe going to be getting more songs later, so I don't even totally want to talk about it yet. But I don't, it's like, what promo is Demi doing at this point? Oh my God. These girls are stressing me out.
It's changed everything. It made me want to think about my posture. It made me want to think about my family life. It made me want to think about religion. It made me want to redecorate my house. It's made me want to change, it's.
So we love to see it. We love that she's promoting Rosalia. Would also love it if she promoted herself a little bit more. And then Rosalia also shared this. This was like, so this is all the songs, and then these were all the like potential features, and I'm almost kind of sad that she revealed this, because now it's like, now I know what could have been. She almost had Gaga on a song. We got Gaga in there. I think Ariana Grande was considered for one. Kate Bush. Oh, where's Ariana? She was in here somewhere. Is that her right there? I can't read it. Oh, maybe that's supposed to be it? Ari? Why would you tell me that Gaga was almost on the album? Whatever. But Bjork is on the album, which is very exciting. We don't get to see a whole lot of Bjork these days. And she released a music video, which the video is great. Oh yeah, see right here. Here's the list. Kate Bush, almost had Kate Bush, almost had Gaga, almost had Ariana, almost had Beyonce or Ariana, almost had Mariah Carey, almost had Rihanna. Maybe she's teasing for some sort of remix album in the future, and we will get these collabs eventually. That would be incredible. But I almost feel like I would have been better off not knowing. But this video was incredible. She also did a performance on Jimmy Fallon. It was like Princess and the Pea. Yeah, Bjork is very active still, but we just don't see her that much in like general pop culture. Like she's not doing collabs with people. I can't think of the last time Bjork did like a big collab with anybody. But she's doing one with Rosalia. It was like a Princess and the Pea themed performance, which is really cute. And then she also, she did some interviews. She did this one. This one I don't think caused that much controversy. There was one that this guy did with Rachel, whatever her last name is, that got a whole bunch of people on Twitter pissed off. So this little series is kind of dangerous. The girlie's got to be careful with this one. But she looks cute. And the halo doesn't look as dumb as I think it could. But I do think it looks kind of silly. But again, I love the commitment to it. She's going on tour at some point. I don't know if this was confirmed, because when I looked before, I couldn't see any actual dates or anything released yet. But this is supposedly the rumored, or maybe at this point confirmed, stage meant to look like a crucifix, which is pretty cool. Pretty on theme. But I don't know if the tickets have actually gone on sale yet, or even officially been announced. The last time I looked it up, they hadn't yet been. But I'm sure that she's going to have a very big 2026. Not a whole lot to say for her on the meta-narrative front, other than the Jeremy Allen White stuff. But that's still, it's like he's a footnote. But I am excited to see where this era goes, especially once she starts touring. She is also going to be in the new season of Euphoria. There's rumors from people who have seen some sort of preview or something for the show. I guess she's playing a stripper. Which, of course, she is. It's fucking, like, I can't... I'm so over Euphoria, and I would say and The Idol. It's not like The Idol is a thing that's still going, but I guess maybe they're supposed to be in the same universe at this point. And he said stuff about how this new season of Euphoria is going to be slightly based on The Idol, and it's like, I just don't even understand. Don't you want it to be good? I don't know. I'm probably gonna watch it, though. I'm gonna hate it. Oh my god. Poor Rosalia. Poor everyone involved in this. Except for Trisha Paytas, because Trisha Paytas will do anything. This is a step up for Trisha Paytas, step down for Rosalia, and everybody else involved. And my poor Jacob Elordi. My pop girly Jacob Elordi. Save him. But good luck to everyone involved in that. Now, Billie, looking like fucking a blind mouse from the Three Blind Mice in the Shrek movies. Here's Billie at the Met Gala. Or is it? This was funny.
Seeing people talk about what I wore to this year's Met Gala being trash. I wasn't there. That's AI. I had a show in Europe that night. Let me be. I wasn't even there. Seeing people talk about
Sam Levinson or Ryan Murphy, you can only get rid of one. What you doing? Oh, I'd get rid of Sam Levinson. For sure. Because Ryan Murphy, I don't know. I mean, they're both similar, but like, there's something about Sam Levinson that feels like extra grody to me. You know what I mean? Like, Ryan Murphy, definitely a creep. Definitely not like a super moral person. But I don't know, he almost seems more professional. He seems more polished. Sam Levinson seems like he could be having sex with any of the cast at any point. And not in a fun way, you know, in a gross, exploitative way. But I don't know. I mean, they're both bad. But also, like, I don't know. The thing with, like, Ryan Murphy, too, is he's had enough hits. Even if the shows aren't good past the first season most of the time, he's had enough hits where I'm like, I guess at this point, someone should have put the brakes on it a long time ago and been like, what the fuck are you doing? Maybe don't make 5 shows at a time. But, you know, he has a big enough resume, an impressive enough resume, that he, you know, it's like, okay, I guess you kind of earned your way here. Sam Levinson, though, I feel like he just went from 0 to 100 so fast. Like, Euphoria, he's the only writer and I think only director on the show. And it's like, I just don't even know of another producer, writer, anything who can get that far without like a team behind them and then just be allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. You know, like, I mean, the fact, for one thing, the fact that with The Idol, there was an entire different version of The Idol that existed in the first place. There was another woman attached to it who was making like her own show. And then Sam and I guess The Weeknd didn't like what she was doing. And they were like, we're going to scrap that entire thing, throw out all of the footage, rewrite all these scripts and just make a new show. And HBO was just like, okay. Like, I don't know how Sam Levinson is getting away with it, is my question, you know? Ryan Murphy kind of at least put in the years. He put in the work. Sam Levinson, it's like you had one good season of Euphoria and a terrible second season and then an even worse new show with The Idol. And now you just still get to do whatever you want? I don't understand. Yeah, and Ryan is keeping the aging actresses working. That is true. He does. He's got a good roster to him. And it does feel like with Sam Levinson, it's like he is just going after these like young, new actors, this new talent, which Glee had that too. But Glee also had these other like iconic actors on it. And every other like American Horror Story has iconic actors, so it doesn't feel as predatory to me, whereas Sam Levinson, what he does feels just like grosser, because it's like he just wants to involve these like younger, up-and-coming, I don't know. Sam Levinson I do think is just grosser than Ryan Murphy, but they both are gross. And yeah, release the Simons cut. Someone has to have that footage somewhere. Somebody does. Yep, and Ryan did give us Scream Queens. And Ryan gave us the first episode of Glee. The pilot episode of Glee is one of the best pilots ever made. Unfortunately, it's downhill from there. But that first episode was incredible. So we do... And I'm interested in watching that All's Fair show. I didn't watch it for a while. But I still keep seeing people talking about it. And I'm like, maybe I'll watch it. Euphoria, I'm only going to watch the third season just out of, like, I don't know, curiosity. But if he made a fully new show, I wouldn't watch it. It's only because I've seen the first two seasons of Euphoria that I'm like, I guess I'll just keep going. Anyway, back to Billie. So she spoke at this Wall Street Journal thing. I don't know, whatever these rich people do. They come to events and just get awards for things and then just talk. But
love you all, but there's a few people in here that have a lot more money than me. And if you're a billionaire, why are you a billionaire? No hate, but yeah, give your money away, shorties. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
So yeah, I don't know what the fuck this event was, but I love that she said that. And people were giving her shit for it because they're like, well, you're rich too. You're a millionaire. I want us to like really, really think about what the difference between a millionaire and a billionaire is. And as Billie said in that speech, a lot of people in that room had more money than her. Yeah. Quite a lot more money. A lot. She also, at that event, I guess, had donated $11.5 million to some various charities and stuff, which was, people were saying was like a quarter of her net worth. I don't know if it's that much. I don't know. I don't know what her net worth is. But she is kind of putting her money where her mouth is. She is giving her money away. But yeah, a lot of, as people are saying, it was 99% Swifties. Yeah, people seem to take it as a specific diss against Taylor Swift because that's... I do think that, like, how annoying Swifties are gets exaggerated quite a lot, because I think that, like, percentage-wise, Swifties aren't that bad, but the thing is that there's just so fucking many of them that the ones that are really annoying, there's a lot of them as well, and they're very loud. So yeah, it's not even just this. When Billie was saying stuff about how it's really environmentally irresponsible to make so many variants of vinyls, people took that personally as well and thought that that was like a specific attack against Taylor Swift. And it's like, stuff like that is just so telling, because it's not like Taylor Swift is the only person doing vinyl variants. She's just the person doing like the most. And if you think that that's a personal attack on her, maybe that is a sign of her doing a little too much. If you immediately think that that's the person that Billie is referencing. But it's like some Swifties will just think that everyone is referencing Taylor all the time. She also, Billie, posted on her Instagram story about Elon Musk and said Elon Musk became the world's first trillionaire, which again, it's like, think about how much $1 billion is. And Elon Musk has $1 trillion? I can't say what I want to say because I'll get in trouble with YouTube and maybe also the law. But at some point, something needs to be done. You just shouldn't have $1 trillion. And if there aren't going to be regulations that stop people from getting $1 trillion, at some point, the people must take matters into their own hands. But how fucking $1 trillion? What are you even gonna do with all of that? Yeah, trillionaire figure is purely theoretical. That's true. He definitely, I don't think he has that much fully, if we like actually looked into all of his assets and all of his bank accounts and stuff. But also he has so many assets and he has his hands in so much shit that it's like, how do you even fucking calculate how much money he has at this point? You can't. But either way, it's like the amount of power that comes with that. Even just people thinking that you have $1 trillion, it's like, you shouldn't get to that level. You shouldn't get to be that. You shouldn't get to even thought of as a trillionaire. We gotta do something. We gotta do something about these motherfuckers. Especially that one. Because it's like, he's using his money to, like, buy modes of communication. Like, he bought Twitter. He just bought it. A platform that people use to communicate with one another and to share news every fucking day. And he just bought it. And then fucked it up completely. I can't even believe. A lot of people are not on Twitter anymore. I still am on Twitter. I can't believe how bad it is. It's so bad. It's bad in so many ways of like the culture on Twitter is worse. The bot problem on Twitter is awful. Like it is almost completely all bots at this point. And then the functionality is just fucked. Like for a bit, I couldn't even send people DMs for like 2 days. I hate him. I hate him so much. But so Billie said he could end world hunger. He could choose to spend $40 billion every year to end world hunger by 2030 or provide universal, safe, clean water for $140 billion for the planet for the next 7 years, which, as people have been pointing out, like, it's not like he has that money all, like, just in his bank account. It's not, like, liquid. Most of it is in assets. So I don't even know how much. It's like, how much money does he even have access to? I don't even fucking know. Nobody knows. He doesn't even fucking know. His bank account, his accountants don't even fucking know. But it's like this idea of like the amount of wealth that he has access to that he's just using for what? To buy Twitter? Even if you don't have that money liquid, even if you had to borrow it, even if you had to get a loan, even if whatever. Do that for something else. Don't use it to, like, take control of our communication. It's insane. And then she also wrote, save endangered species or rebuild Gaza. He would never do that. He's so pro-Israel. But what I do love about this, and that someone else pointed out, if you notice what she posted, I posted exactly what she posted. It goes from number 1 to number 3. The original little, like, infographic thing that she was taking from had a number 2. And number 2 was cure disease. Someone wrote she wasn't feeling number 2. It is very funny that that was the one that she left out. She's like, yeah, people can get sick. I don't fucking care. And then she said, etc., fucking pathetic pussy bitch coward, which she is correct. He is absolutely a pathetic pussy bitch coward. But here was his response. It is absolutely... It's exactly what you think. He says she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Wow. What a clever, smart man. I'm so glad that he has so much influence over our world, including this website that I'm currently showing you. He's so smart. And it's like, also too, you're going around touting how much fucking money you have. You're buying entire platforms. You don't have something better to do than respond to Billie Eilish in her Instagram stories? Yeah, exactly. And it took him like 4 whole days or something to come up with a reply. Yeah, it was such a delayed response. And she posted it on her Instagram story. So her posts were already gone by the time he responded. Oh my god. Don't you have like some video game to go cheat at or something? In other Billie news, she's coming out with a new fragrance. She loves fragrances, and I'm glad. The girls don't do perfumes like they used to. But she explained this when she said, when I was first touring, I used to meet every single person who had come into every venue. Before one of my early tours, I posted, if you're coming to the show, bring a scent you love and give it to me so I can have a part of you guys. And everyone did. At the end of that tour, I went home with a giant bag filled with everyone's perfumes and wore every single one of them. She loves a perfume. And I love it. I have never once, I don't think I've ever smelled any of her fragrances though. I love the fact that she's making them. I love the idea of it. But I've never... It's like, I don't know. I don't really need a celebrity perfume, but I like the idea of them. Because I don't know, I just love the packaging of it. I love when they make little advertisements. And I'm also like... I like that she's passionate about it. There was a minute where everybody had a perfume. And then it felt really just like, oh, you just put your name on a perfume. It does feel at this point that if a celebrity has a fragrance, that they actually just wanted a fragrance. They're not just doing it as like another cash grab. And I think Billie really does enjoy it. So I love that for her. I don't know if they smell good. Yeah, Ariana has a lot of perfumes too. Yeah, Ariana, Billie, Britney for a while. She's very retired now, so she hasn't really come out with any new perfumes for a bit, but for a minute she was actually pretty involved in the making of her perfumes. Beyonce sometimes does new ones. Sabrina might be coming. I would love a Sabrina one, just again for the packaging. I'm not gonna buy it, but I would love to look at whatever Sabrina comes up with. But for a minute in like the mid 2000s, it was like a requirement. Everybody had to have a perfume. Hilary Duff had a great one. I wish With Love was still in production, because I would buy that again. And then she didn't come out with any new music this year. But she has been on tour, and she also Oh, fuck, I didn't even write it down. Oh, wait, yeah, it did. Birds of a Feather, her song that came out last year, still on an incredible run this year. It became the first song by a female artist to spend a full year in the top 10 on global Spotify. I'm gonna be honest, I really can't listen to this song at all because it just sounds like a TikTok song to me at this point, because that's where I've heard it the most. So I can't really take the song seriously anymore. But obviously it is a good song. And it was a good album. But yeah, I can't really hear that little do 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 anymore. But good for her. Truly, truly good for her. I mean, the album still, I think every song charted at some point, especially because of TikTok. And that's a pretty remarkable accomplishment for Billie, because I don't think that the songs sound like they're meant to be made for TikTok. Like, there are some songs that come out where you're like, oh, I can tell that artist, they thought that would be like a TikTok trend. With Billie's songs, they do very well on TikTok, and they do not sound like they were made for TikTok. It just sort of happens like that. But yeah, I can't fucking hear that. Do, 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 do. She's been on tour, so this is really kind of the main thing that even makes her eligible for the bracket, because she has been touring the entire year. There was a very unfortunate incident where she got grabbed by a fan. Not that one guy who is grabbing Ariana and Katie into the weekend and everything. This is just another rando, but still very frightening. She's going down, I don't know when this is in her show, but I guess at some point she goes down into the crowd and kind of, you know, high fives people and stuff. You can see someone grab her. And then you see this other woman, like, chasing after the guy that grabbed Billie with her phone. And what's extra exciting about that, I mean, not extra exciting, because the whole thing is just horrifying, but the one, like, silver lining is that we do actually have footage from that woman. So here's her point of view. So shout out to that woman. Don't fuck with Billie, bitch. But then speaking of her tour, apparently, why is this happening? Okay, there we go. What the? Okay. Apparently, they're coming out with a 3D tour movie, which the 3D part is very exciting to me. I don't think, have we had? I guess Glee did like a 3D thing, didn't they? And then maybe Hannah Montana? But I don't know that we've really had a main pop girlie do a 3D concert film, have we? And then it's also, so she co-directed it with James Cameron. Yes, that is James Cameron that you're seeing. He is a co-director for this concert film. This 3D oh, it's gonna be so good. I'm so excited. I don't know when it comes out, but I'm fucking ready. And then she did also say this. Oh my god, what? I don't know why that keeps moving over like that. She has started teasing new music.
We only have 3 more shows of this tour after this one. I know that usually I finish tours and then I add a bunch of dates, but that is not happening this time. Because I got an album to make and I got shit to do. We only have 3 more shows of this.
Yay! So that's exciting. Hopefully we'll get that in 2026. Now, as far as the meta-narrative, she is dating Nat Wolff, or I think it's Nat Wolff, one of the guys from the Naked Brothers band. And also, it's every time I go over to OBS, it does this, where it makes it small like that. That is so annoying. I don't know much about him. This is the same guy who was in Hereditary, right? Is that the same brother? I don't really know the difference between the two of them. There's Nat Wolff and there's Alex Wolff, right? The Naked Brothers and their band. Good for them, I guess. I don't know. I don't have much to say about it because I don't really know anything about him other than the fact that he was in the Naked Brothers band. I never got into that. I wasn't a Nickelodeon kid in general. So which one? So Alex is the one in Hereditary? Which is the one in Hereditary? And which is the one that she's dating? It's one of the Wolf boys. One of the Naked Brothers. That's it. That's all I know. And then she is nominated for 2 songs. Or not 2 songs. She's nominated for 2 categories at the Grammys for the same song. Okay, Alex was in Hereditary and that is Nat. Okay, good to know. They look the same. And then here's somewhat of our main event for the evening. This is probably going to be the most negative that I have been about a pop girly. Don't have a whole lot of nice stuff to say, but let's get into it. So obviously, the big drama around Lizzo is still the lawsuits that she is still a defendant in. This is why I'm kind of like, I don't have a lot of nice stuff to say. When these lawsuits came out in 2023, I made a podcast episode about the main lawsuit. There is another one, but the main lawsuit filed against Lizzo. I made a podcast episode about it back when I used to do podcasts. You can still find it. It's unlisted on the channel, but it is if you go into like the playlist section. If you go into the playlist section, there is a playlist that has all the podcast episodes in it, so you could listen to any of them then, including the Lizzo episode. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't recommend watching or listening to anything I've done that was longer than a week ago. But it is there. So I got kind of invested in this saga back in 2023 and have kind of been keeping up with it since then. Yeah, and they are also on Spotify. And probably also Apple Podcasts, I would assume. So I got kind of invested in this, so I do just feel like I have less patience for Lizzo than some other people maybe do who are less invested in this story. But let me go through the basics, even though a lot of this happened longer ago than this year. It does really color my personal feelings about Lizzo, so I do have to just sort of make the disclaimer of like, this is why I don't really fuck with Lizzo anymore. But also it's like this whole thing has really cast a shadow onto Lizzo's entire public image, her musical persona, her celebrity, everything. So it is very relevant to the place that her career is in right now. Stop moving. And I also just think it's really, really important for us to talk about this in a way that is accurate and is putting emphasis on the right stuff. Because when this came out, the focus that a lot of people put onto the lawsuit, I think, was very, very problematic. And it makes it kind of easier to not take the lawsuit seriously at all because of the ways that other people were using it to be, like, racist and fatphobic and gross. But there's way more going on than just the stuff that people have, like, really brought into the public discourse and the public conversation. So August 2023, 3 former backup dancers, Ariana Davis, Noelle Rodriguez, and Crystal Williams, that's them in order, that's Ariana, that's Noelle, that's Crystal, filed a lawsuit against Lizzo, her production company Big Girl Big Touring, and her dance captain Charlene Quigley, alleging sexual, religious, and racial harassment, disability discrimination, assault, false imprisonment, creating a hostile work environment, and weight shaming. Now, weight shaming is kind of the thing that people really latched onto because it got turned into this thing of like, oh, but Lizzo is really heavy too. So isn't that ironic that she wants to be the face of like body positivity, but behind the scenes is also fatphobic, just like us. Like people just use it as a way to be fatphobic toward Lizzo because they were trying to point out her hypocrisy or something. The weight shaming thing, quite honestly, I think is the least concerning part of the entire lawsuit. And that was the part that that claim has been dismissed, the weight shaming stuff and the disability discrimination. And that's not surprising to me because when I read the lawsuit in the first place, I was like, oh, this is going to be the hardest thing for them to prove. This is kind of the weakest argument that they have. So I'm not surprised that those claims have been dismissed. The other claims have not. And let's talk about that. Let's go through this kind of entire thing, just in, not in detail, but let me give you an overview of what's actually going on. So for the religious harassment claims, most of these are against Charlene Quigley, who is she's the captain of Lizzo's dance team. She has worked for quite a few other artists before, including Rihanna. She has a history of mental health problems, and I'm not saying that just to like shame her or anything, but I do think that it is important to acknowledge that like this woman already didn't seem super there, So back in, when was this? 2016, she like disappeared for a while and then got found in a bridal shop or something, and she wasn't engaged. Like, it was very weird. This woman doesn't seem to be totally mentally well, but she's the captain of Lizzo's dance team, and so she does have quite a lot of power over the dancers. And she's extremely religious, and if you look into her at all, like if you look at her social media, if you watch her interviews with anything, like it is very apparent that this is true, that she is an extremely religious person. So she became apparently obsessed with Ariana's virginity. Sorry, I didn't want to just point you out, Ariana, but this is important to the... Oh, I didn't even notice. The Taylor Swift shirt. That's cute. Ariana had disclosed to her that she was a virgin. Charlene got really, really obsessed with that and would, like, check in on Ariana to see if she was still a virgin because she thought that was, like, the best way, the only way to be, like, a true Christian, even though Charlene isn't a virgin either. But she told her it was the only proper way to be Christian, and so she was always checking in on her. She also mentioned the fact that Ariana is a virgin in interviews and on social media when Ariana did not tell her that she could do that. So, big invasion into Ariana's privacy that I am unfortunately violating a little bit more as well, but it's relevant to the lawsuit. Charlene would preach toward Noelle because Noelle is not very religious. So she believed that it was her mission to preach to Noelle and get her to, like, convert to Christianity. And then it says, when asked by Noelle to stop, she became angry and yelled at her and said that no job and no one will stop me from talking about the Lord. Again, if you go on to Charlene's social media, that seems fairly in line with something that she would say. I mean, her response to this entire thing when the lawsuit came out in the first place was some, like, bullshit religious thing about Jesus. And so it's like, you're really not helping your case here. So this is directly from the lawsuit. I'm just going to read what the claim said. While Ms. Quigley was for sure the most extreme in her religious convictions, her sentiments were softly echoed by others in supervisory roles at BGBT. Before rehearsals and performances, the dance team would pray together. While it was not an official requirement for team members to participate in these prayers, it became clear that engagement was compulsory. The responsibility to lead the group in prayer rotated across the dancers, and when it was Ms. Rodriguez's turn, she politely but clearly made it known she did not want to lead the prayer. Despite Ms. Rodriguez's declining every time she was asked, Ms. Quigley continued to pressure Ms. Rodriguez to participate and made Ms. Rodriguez feel judged for declining to lead the dance cast in prayer. Now, in addition to the religious stuff, and even though Shirlene Quigley thought that premarital sex was wrong, she would talk very sexually to the dancers, including she apparently had a party trick where she would simulate oral sex on a banana. She often spoke about her own masturbatory habits. Even though she thought masturbation was a sin, she would tell them that she had an oopsie the night before. She told the dance crew about her sexual fantasy of having 10 penises in her face. And she was, again, continuously checking in on Ariana's virginity. So that is some of the sexual harassment claims that have been made. Some of it is directly against Shirlene Quigley. Some of the other issues of sexual harassment were from bus drivers working for Lizzo on the tour. The dancers would report these incidents to management. Management would just ignore it because they didn't really care. As long as the bus drivers weren't, like, drinking and driving, that was the extent to which they would get involved. Lizzo would also invite her dancers out. This is a big claim here. Specifically, she would invite them out to, like, strip clubs, or some of them were like cabaret performances where she did not tell the dancers beforehand that they were going to be seeing, like, nude performers. And one of the big incidents involved the Bananan Bar, which you can even find interviews of Lizzo talking about going to the Bananan Bar. So for sure, we know that it did happen. They went there. It's a strip club in Amsterdam. So she invited all the dancers out, and it says, while their participation was not specifically mandatory, it was well known amongst dancers that Lizzo favored those who attended after parties. So that would mean that they were, like, more likely to get other job opportunities outside of just the tour if they went to these shows with Lizzo. And especially, here's the thing too. Lizzo's dancers, they were called the Big Girls. 2 of them were even on this Amazon Prime show that she had, which is like Lizzo's Big Girls, where they were auditioning to be on the tour and be one of Lizzo's dancers. The big thing about it is that they are big girls. They are not women who have, like, the most, I don't know what you would call it, like, there's sort of like the standard dancer body or whatever. These girls don't fit that. They are obviously bigger, like Lizzo. And so for them, it's like they don't get as many job opportunities as most dancers. And that was something that they were told many times. I mean, if you go back and you watch that Amazon Prime show, they are drilling it into these girls' heads over and over again, and into the audience's heads, in a way that seems really celebratory of what Lizzo is doing, of like, I'm giving these women opportunities that they would never have without my tour. And it seems really cool of like, wow, Lizzo is so great. She's giving these dancers opportunities, and how incredible, and for the body positive movement or whatever. But it's like, also, she's kind of implying to them of like, if it doesn't work out with me, your career might be kind of fucked. So that is something really to keep in mind here, that like these women were disadvantaged in a way that other dancers are not, you know? They already had a lot of adversity to overcome just to even get to a point of being professional dancers on like a mainstream pop girlies tour. So for them, it's like going along with Lizzo and doing what Lizzo wants you to do is the way of having a career. And Lizzo, it seems like, was somewhat aware of that and kind of wanted her dancers to endear themselves to her in various ways. And there was a lot of favoritism, allegedly, behind the scenes with these dancers. And what happened at the Banana Bar incident... So the plaintiffs expressed misgivings about going, but they were told that Lizzo was already given a head count, so it was too late for them to back out because they didn't want to go to the Banana Bar. But they were told by other people, like, well, we already told Lizzo that you're going, so you can't back out now. They go to the Banana Bar, where things go down. This is in the red light district in Amsterdam, so it's not quite the same. It doesn't have the same sort of limits to it as like an American strip club. One of the big things is they put bananas up their vaginas, and then you can like eat the bananas out. So this is directly from the lawsuit. Lizzo began inviting cast members to take turns touching the nude performers, catching dildos launched from the performers' vaginas, and eating bananas protruding from the performers' vaginas. Lizzo then turned her attention to Ms. Davis, Ariana the Virgin. Sorry, that is important to this, because she is the least sexually experienced of the people there, and began pressuring Ms. Davis to touch the breasts of one of the nude women performing at the club. Lizzo began leading a chant, goading Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis said 3 times, loud enough for all to hear, "I'm good," expressing her desire not to touch the performer. The chant grew louder and more strident, demanding a visibly uncomfortable Ms. Davis to engage with the performer. Ms. Davis reiterated her discomfort, stating, "I'd rather not because I'm cool here in the corner." Finally, the chorus became overwhelming, and a mortified Ms. Davis acquiesced in an attempt to bring an end to the chants. So that's one of the main sexual harassment claims, but there are many in the lawsuit. The other thing that I find very upsetting about this lawsuit, about these claims, and where I think that like the fat shaming allegations actually are the most relevant as just an example of this. It seems like quite a lot of the things that happened to these women could be considered somewhat as like union busting. So part of the issue here was these were her tour dancers. They also did some stuff in like, one of them was in one of her music videos. So there are other like dancing opportunities that come with being one of Lizzo's dancers. But they were her tour dancers. And there was like a bit of time in between tours and in between shows, in between festivals and stuff, where the dancers were getting put on a soft hold. So that means that like there's nothing scheduled yet for them to actually do. There's no like, you're going to be on tour at this venue on this date or whatever. They didn't have anything scheduled yet, but they were trying to schedule the tour and trying to schedule festivals and performances. So they were putting the dancers on a soft hold, telling them they shouldn't get another job. They shouldn't look for any other jobs because they need their schedules open to be a dancer for Lizzo. Now, in this time where they were getting put on this soft hold, they were not being paid at all. That was kind of like, can be kind of routine in this industry, but normally not. And again, it's like we have to factor in this idea that like these are bigger girls who are already expected to not get the same amount of job opportunities that other dancers would have. So there was sort of an expectation of like, we can just do whatever the fuck we want with these girls. And that is kind of how they were treating them. So while they were getting put on a soft hold and not being paid whatsoever, the musicians and the vocalist on tour were getting paid. Which is crazy. That like the other people working on this tour, when they were getting put on hold and told don't take any other jobs because we want you for this tour, those other people are getting paid. The dancers are not. So the dancers obviously had some problems with that. They eventually requested a 50% retainer for, like 50% of the amount that they would get for when they're on tour for these weeks that they're off. The touring company, Lizzo's company, Big Girl Big Touring, eventually agreed to the retainer. However, in the first email response to their request, began scolding the dancers for unacceptable and disrespectful behavior, claiming it was grounds for termination. They did not specify any kind of behavior in that email. They didn't give any specifics of like, here's what dancers have done that we are considering grounds for termination. They just said unacceptable and disrespectful behavior. So at this point, it seems like they're trying to threaten the dancers that now that they've asked for more money, now that they've asked to be paid to be on hold, now management wants to hold termination over their head. Like, the threat of being fired is now omnipresent around them, which is like a union busting tactic of like, if you're going to get together and try to lobby for your rights, we're gonna make sure you know that your place here is not guaranteed. So the dancers tried to schedule a meeting with management to discuss the allegations of unacceptable behavior, but management dodged those meetings pretty much all the time, despite frequently meeting with musicians and vocalists working on the tour. So they're meeting with all these other people working on the tour, can't get a meeting scheduled with the dancers to explain to them what any of them have actually done wrong. And it is also worth noting here that management is pretty much all white dudes. And this is something that becomes very, very important, again, towards the racial discrimination allegations. A lot of Lizzo's dancers were Black women. And they started to feel like the white managers were picking on them specifically. So this is again directly from the lawsuit. On or about April 20th, 2023, the dance cast was scheduled for an 8-hour rehearsal. Near the end of rehearsal, Lizzo arrived and called the dance cast together for a meeting to address the rumors of unprofessionalism. During this meeting, Lizzo also stated that the dancers were not performing up to par and repeatedly accused the dancers of drinking alcohol before shows, even though the dance cast had never partaken in such a practice. Lizzo then stated all the dancers would be required to re-audition for their spots, and if Lizzo was dissatisfied with their performance at the end of the day, the dancers would be fired and sent home. What followed was an excruciating re-audition in which the dancers repeatedly ran through the entire 90-minute show. What was supposed to be an 8-hour rehearsal was extended to almost 12 hours. So now that these women have asked to be paid, now Lizzo is having them all re-audition for their spots. Just fucking crazy. This is where it gets worse, though. The re-audition was brutal as the dancers were not allowed a break. During the run-through of the show, Ms. Davis felt she needed to excuse herself to use the restroom. However, she was afraid that if she left the stage at any point during the audition, she would be fired. Ms. Davis was pressured on as long as she could until she eventually lost control of her bladder. Still fearing the repercussions of exiting the stage during the run-through, Ms. Davis remained on stage dancing in soiled clothes until there was a brief segment of the show where the dance cast was not a part of the onstage performance and were allowed a short break. Ms. Davis was utterly embarrassed and hurried backstage to change into clean clothes. Unfortunately, the only clothing available to Ms. Davis was a see-through garment provided by the wardrobe department, making her feel exposed and even more embarrassed. Ms. Davis was required to finish the rehearsal, dancing in front of male crew members who were known to sexualize the dancers under less revealing scenarios, while wearing completely transparent shorts and no undergarments. After rehearsal was finally over, nothing was said to the dancers, but they were left with the impression that they were to show up the next day. On or about April 21st, 2023, Lizzo called another meeting with the dance cast to reiterate that none of their jobs were safe. Once again, Lizzo mentioned that drinking alcohol before the shows was prohibited. As this accusation was not based in any sort of reality, Ms. Williams, that's Crystal, raised her hand and asked to speak. Ms. Williams went on to rebut Lizzo's accusation of drinking on the job, stating that the dancers had never drank alcohol prior to shows. Ms. Quigley immediately supported Ms. Williams, confirming that the dancers had never drank before shows. Lizzo mockingly responded, "Well, if you're not, then good for y'all." Then stated that maybe the accusations of drinking before shows were on account of the dancers' poor performance. From this moment on, the tension between Lizzo, BGPT, and Ms. Williams was palpable. So then that same day, Ariana was called into a private meeting with Lizzo and the choreographer Tanisha Scott. She was asked if she was struggling with something, and Lizzo said that she seemed less committed to her role as a dancer. And this is where they cited her weight gain as evidence of her being less committed. They said she said they offered her time off rehearsals to attend therapy, but she declined, thinking that taking time off would later be used as a reason to fire her. So that's kind of like, that is really where the weight shaming stuff comes in. I don't even really think it was totally about her weight. I don't think that Lizzo was actually trying to weight shame any of her dancers. I think what it actually was is that they were upset that their dancers asked for money for being put on hold and being asked to like not take any jobs. They were upset about that, and now they're just looking for reasons to fire people. And if someone's weight is evidence of them being less committed, then they'll use that. I really think that that's all it was. It's like they just wanted to fire people, or at least make people afraid of being fired. So this is April 26th, so this is like 5 days after that last meeting. Crystal, that is Ms. Williams, was fired in the lobby of the hotel by the tour manager, Carlina, under the guise of budget cuts. She was the only dancer fired that day. She was the dancer, again, that pushed back against Lizzo 5 days before, when Lizzo was accusing them of drinking before the shows. And then when she asked to speak with Lizzo directly, she was told that Lizzo was too busy and not good with this kind of thing. Noelle then told Carlina that she disagreed with the decision to fire Crystal publicly. And then the next day, they have another meeting where Lizzo, this is from the lawsuit, Lizzo stated that she heard that one of the dancers questioned why Lizzo hadn't fired Ms. Williams directly, so that would probably be Noelle. Lizzo repeatedly demanded to know who questioned her decision to fire Ms. Williams, and once again reminded the dance cast that she had eyes and ears everywhere. Lizzo also stated her preference that the dance cast refrain from socializing with Ms. Williams before Ms. Williams left New Orleans, where the tour was performing that night. Afterwards, Lizzo finally gave the group performance notes. So Ariana then she makes an audio recording of the meeting, which they give an excuse in the lawsuit of like she has migraine issues or something, and so she needed to take an audio recording because she's too stressed out and she couldn't pay attention to the notes. I don't even care. Whatever reason she had for making the audio recording, none of my fucking business. But then a few days later, all the dancers were called into an emergency wardrobe fitting. It says, as they arrived at this fitting, BGBT management and security were there waiting for the dance cast. Security took each dancer's phone as they entered the room. Once all were in the room and their phones were collected, Lizzo entered. Lizzo stated she knew that one of the dancers recorded their meeting on April 27, 2023. Lizzo became furious, hurling expletives at the group, and stated that she was going to go around the room person by person until someone told Lizzo who made the recording. Ms. Davis admitted that she had recorded the meeting and explained it was because she wanted to have a copy of the notes Lizzo had given them about their performances. Ms. Davis also explained that she never intended to harm Lizzo with the recording and had deleted it the day after recording. Lizzo responded with, "There is nothing you can say to make me believe you." Ms. Quigley and Lizzo then took turns berating Ms. Davis. After castigating Ms. Davis, Lizzo fired Ms. Davis on the spot. Before Lizzo left, Ms. Rodriguez asked if she could have a word with Lizzo. Ms. Rodriguez explained that she did not appreciate how Lizzo had handled the situation with Ms. Davis and that Ms. Rodriguez felt disrespected and therefore would resign. This resignation drew both Ms. Quigley's and Lizzo's ire. Ms. Quigley screamed at Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Davis, calling them disrespectful. Then Lizzo aggressively approached Ms. Rodriguez, cracking her knuckles, balling her fists, and exclaiming, "You're lucky. You're so fucking lucky." Ms. Rodriguez feared that Lizzo intended to hit her and would have done so if one of the other dancers had not intervened. Neither security nor management did anything to de-escalate the situation. As Lizzo left the room, she raised both middle fingers and yelled, "Bye, bitch." Ms. Rodriguez then returned to her hotel room, escorted by 3 other dancers, as they all feared Lizzo may return, trying to hurt Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez packed her things and prepared to leave. Ms. Davis was forced to stay behind, detained in the room where the meeting had taken place by a member of Lizzo's security detail referred to as Robo. Molly Gordon, the special tour's co-manager, demanded Ms. Davis let Robo rifle through the files on Ms. Davis's phone and in her iCloud while Ms. Gordon watched, even though Ms. Davis had already explained that she had deleted the recording days earlier. Ms. Davis was told that she was not allowed to leave until her phone had been searched. Ms. Davis was scared and wanted nothing more than to leave the area and therefore assented to her phone being searched. A thorough search confirmed Ms. Davis's assertion that she had already deleted the recording from her phone. So that would be the false imprisonment claim. After finally being released from her confinement, Ms. Davis hurried to her hotel room, packed her things, met up with Ms. Rodriguez, and left for the airport. Their flights did not leave for another 7 hours, but the two were afraid that Lizzo, Ms. Quigley, or someone at Lizzo's direction might return with the intent to further confront or even hurt them. So, those are the allegations against Lizzo. In that instance. After that lawsuit came out, it then became reported that 14 of Lizzo's dancers had received a settlement earlier that year because of some footage of them that was used in this Love Lizzo documentary that they never signed off on being used. So, like, already there had seemed to be some issues with the dancers and with Lizzo. Then, the once director of the Love Lizzo documentary came out. Her name is Sophia Nali Allison. She decided to speak in support of the dancers, which I think I have that here. So she was supposed to direct the Love Lizzo documentary. She left the project because of the treatment that she was receiving. And she posted this on Instagram. "I usually do not comment on anything pop culture related, but in 2019, I traveled a bit with Lizzo to be the director of her documentary. I walked away after about 2 weeks. I was treated with such disrespect by her. I witnessed how arrogant, self-centered, and unkind she is. I was not protected and was thrown into a shitty situation with little support. My spirit said to run as fast as you fucking can, and I'm so grateful I trusted my gut. I felt gaslit and was deeply hurt, but I've healed. Reading these reports made me realize how dangerous of a situation it was. This kind of abuse of power happens far too often. Much love and support for the dancers." And then she says, "To be clear, since I've spoken out, I've had several others privately share their very similar experiences, and I have also been affirmed by people who witnessed what I went through. Lizzo creates an extremely toxic and hostile work environment and undermines the work, labor, and authority of other Black and brown women in the process. Notice how the documentary ended up being directed by a cis white man. She is a narcissistic bully and has built her brand off of lies. I was excited to support and protect a Black woman through the documentary process, but quickly learned her image and message was a curated facade. I stand with the dancers and anyone who has had similar experiences working with her and her team. These working conditions are not okay." So there was that. And then she gets sued by someone else. Now this is Asha Daniels. She's been reported in different things as like a stylist or a wardrobe assistant. She is a designer, a fashion designer. So she had designed some clothes for Lizzo's tours, and then they wanted to take her out on tour with them so that she could like do alterations and stuff as needed throughout the rest of the tour. So she never actually worked. She worked for Lizzo under like Lizzo's company, but she never actually talked to Lizzo. she worked under the wardrobe manager Amanda Nomura. She alleged harassment, sexual harassment, racial discrimination, failure to prevent a hostile work environment, and illegal termination. So, a lot of the allegations are mostly against Amanda, the wardrobe manager in this instance. But I am going to play a little bit because Asha was on a podcast recently. And I want to play just kind of what she talked about in terms of like what she witnessed just behind the scenes on that tour in general.
But I get to where the big girls are going to be getting ready for.
So the big girls are the dancers. So part of this, she's suing Lizzo. I think she has the same attorney as the other 3 women. So a lot of it, she has her own allegations and stuff that she's claiming happened on tour, including an instance of assault from Amanda. But she also is just like partially doing this to affirm the other 3 girls that like, I saw some of the things that these women, like I saw the conditions these women were in, and I absolutely believe that these things happened to them because of what I just witnessed just being on this tour briefly.
The show. And so it's this really tiny cramped room. There's not enough mirrors, and they have like tiny mirrors, like the little like on the go mirrors. Not
no
enough
full body mirrors.
No. So there's tiny little
where they're getting dressed.
This is where they're getting dressed, but they're not there yet. They're setting up the room for them.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, still. Yeah. And so it's a tiny room. I'm like, I don't know how 10 plus women would fit in this room. Not enough table space, no full body mirrors. And I'm just like, oh, like this is actually like kind of crazy because when I just get like when my models get ready for a fashion show, the accommodations are better and I don't have some huge production or stadium, right?
Right.
So the women are kind of like laughing and kind of like prepping like, oh, get ready for a show. Like it's going to be fireworks when the big girls get back here and see that they don't have enough space, not enough, like it's about to be.
Wait, the team is
yes,
basically ridiculing the fact that once they come into this space, they're going to be uncomfortable.
Absolutely. Yeah. They're like, oh, it's about.
And the team, by the way, to reiterate, almost all white people. Like these at least are women, so it's a little bit closer to having some sort of representation for like what Lizzo stands for in terms of being like a pro-woman, pro-black woman, pro-body positivity performer. Behind the scenes, her management team is almost all white people, especially like higher ups as a lot of white men. And from what Asha was saying, she's like, there were no black women working that she ever met on that tour. She only ever met other white people, and then I think there was like one black man. So that is just something to keep in mind, that like this dynamic is coming from a dynamic of white people toward a dance cast of a lot of black women. And also like Latina, like Noelle isn't black, Noelle is Latina, but Ariana and Crystal obviously are black women. Asha is a black woman. So there is a racial dynamic here that's already happening in just the ways that these managers are talking about these women.
To go down. And so I'm like, I put on my like fix it hat, because once again, this is not my job, right? But I'm like, I think I'm in Amsterdam and I'm like meeting all these people. And I'm like, you know what? They gotta have a Walmart. So I'm like a Walmart out here. Let me go get extra mirrors, whatever we need. And then let's try to get a second room for them. And so immediately the tone shifts and Amanda's like, oh, absolutely not. Like, this is not our jurisdiction. And I'm like, well, whose jurisdiction is it? And so she points me to another person, but she's like, do not talk to him. Like, he actually has a crazy attitude problem. I don't want to, get into it with him. And so I'm like, oh, like, I'm good at talking to people. Let me talk to him. I got this. And she's like, no, like, just let it happen. So I'm like, okay, interesting. So later that day, I'm in like the wardrobe area. And there's an opening act for this tour, another beautiful, talented, dark-skinned black woman. And so she needed some stockings, right? And so we have like a full stock of stockings, underwear, things that are for the tour, right? And so I give it to her. And so when Amanda comes back in the room, because I was just in the room solo when she came in and asked for it, I let her know, like, just so you know, opening act came in, I gave her a pair of stockings.
Okay.
And it was like the world had ended. Like, it was drama immediately. What do you mean you gave her these stockings? Those aren't hers, da-da-da, they cost this much. Biting my head off. And so I'm like, oh, like, I've never had this interaction with you where you have an attitude, you're yelling, you're talking crazy at me. And so I'm fully
But this
thrown
was
off.
over stockings?
Over stockings.
So, just kind of for those of us who don't really understand. So, backstage or alongside the show, you have undergarments.
Yes.
Are those assigned to specific people, or are they supposed to be able to be given to anyone who's in the tour?
I think my naivete of what I was stepping into, these are stockings that are Yitty. Like, a lot of it is like Yitty brand underwear, bras. And I'm thinking, this is your opening act. You're super cool with her. Why would I deny
Right.
her a pair of stockings when we
Of
have
your
so many of
brand.
them? And that was never told to me. Like, oh, we're hoarding these. You know, but I very quickly got the picture. These are getting hoarded. Like, we are
Okay.
not giving these out to even the dancers. So
Who was the act?
The opening
act?
act was Bree Runway, the fabulous, the super talented. Yeah.
You couldn't give Bree One Ray a pair of beauty
It,
stockings?
like, World War III started after this. Yeah, and so the next morning, Amanda was kind of going around to different entities, like the production room, management room, and I could tell she was upset, and it was the same energy from the night before. And I'm like, I think she's talking about me giving Bree those stockings. And so I quickly, like, I'm kind of like listening in, and she's saying that she wants to get her kicked off the tour. Like, her goal is to get her kicked off the tour before she was scheduled to be off the tour. And I couldn't believe it. I was like sick to my stomach. I'm like, you know, I'm in a position where I'm kind of like low on the totem pole because this isn't, you know, my circus, but that goes against everything I stand for to want to do that to a Black woman.
So we're creating an environment basically where we're ruining her experience as the opening act so that she'll want to leave the tour early, basically.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So Amanda, she went around to the security team. She asked them to follow Bree and her background dancers to see if they have any slips in security. So, like, if they accidentally posted their badge, that's a slip in security that could maybe get them kicked off tour. So she was kind of like collaborating with these different people backstage on production about how to get Bree kicked off tour. And then all of that culminated in her pulling aside Bree's tour manager, another beautiful chocolate woman who super talented, like hard worker, amazing woman. So she pulls me and her into a room and she says, first off, make sure your opening act and your dancers do not ask Asha for anything. Don't ask her for any help, anything with wardrobe. Hard no. Don't have your dancers in Lizzo's prayer circle. She doesn't want them there. And then we would move from stadium to stadium, and
You can't be in the prayer circle?
you can be in the prayer circle.
What's going on?
Can you believe that? Girl,
Sorry. No, this is...
during Black Women's History Month.
No.
You can't be in the prayer circle, yeah. So, yeah, they couldn't be in the prayer circle. And then they would kind of get like lesser accommodations. So their showers would be even worse than the dancer, like Lizzo's dancer showers. And so sometimes her dancers would, after their dancers have moved on and the tour bus were done with that stadium, they would go into their room and use their showers because they were nicer. And she was like, and that's going to stop. No more using the dancer showers. So just like a really like mean-spirited, like monitoring spirit energy.
Okay, I'm just trying to see.
So yeah, you can watch, this is an entire 1 hour, 33-minute podcast episode. Very good. Good to hear from Asha on this directly. But yeah, it is just kind of fucking crazy. And even what she's describing there about like them trying to get Bree, what was her name? Bree Runway. Them trying to get Bree Runway kicked off of the tour and like following her around to see if there were like anything that they could use as like a way to get her kicked off. It's like, that kind of sounds like what they were doing with the dancers. Is like, they asked for too much. Let's figure out how we can fire them. The whole thing seems just genuinely fucked. And here's my thing too. And they bring it up in this podcast episode too. It's very good. Later they talk about like how kind of sort of common abuse can be in work environments and how people who have been abused by their employers should stick together and not like tell other people to like just suck it up. And I fully agree with that. And that's part of the reason that I feel so passionately about this, because there are parts of this where it's like, it almost is just sort of routine abuse in that industry and in work environments in general, of like just people monitoring you, trying to keep you in check, trying to like always threatening you with termination if you act up, if you ask for too much. It is just sort of routine abuse that exists in a lot of workplaces. And it's stuff that a lot of people are pressured or are like tricked on like a societal basis to just take and just suck it up and deal with it. And I think it is incredible that these women decided that they weren't just going to suck it up and deal with it, that they were going to do something about it. And especially these women who have nothing to gain from this. Absolutely fucking nothing. Like, and they say that in the podcast episode too, is there's no clout in making these allegations. These women are not getting famous off of this. They're probably also not going to make that much money, even if they win their lawsuits, because by the time they have to pay their attorneys for everything, not going to be like huge returns. This is something that they are doing out of a like sense of principle and a sense of self-respect, that they just want to stick up for themselves and say that the way that they were treated wasn't okay. And I think that that's incredible, and I have a lot of respect and a lot of admiration for them for that, which makes my feelings toward Lizzo all the more negative, given the fact that like this is somewhat routine shit in the industry. This is not like anomalous abuse that these women have faced, but it is still abuse, and they still do have a right to speak out against it. But from Lizzo's perspective, it's like, all you have to do is just agree to a settlement, you know? Like, just throw them some money, compensate them for the harm that you put them through. Just help them out in that way of like, yeah, you got fucked over in this situation. Sorry about that. Here's some money. And then just put out a fucking bullshit PR statement where you're like, this was a learning experience. In terms of the sexual harassment stuff, she could just be like, look, I didn't properly think about the power dynamic between employee and employer. That's something that I'm going to work on. There's other issues within my company that will be addressed. We're going to do some HR training. We're going to do an internal investigation, blah, blah, blah. Like, you don't really even have to mean anything that you say. You should. You should hopefully, like, in an ideal scenario, you actually do try to learn from this scenario and do better. But you don't even have to do that. Just, like, bullshit it. Just put out some fucking statement that at the very least, affirms what these women have said, you know? Like, make some sort of acknowledgement of like, yeah, mistakes were made. Sorry about that. That is not what Lizzo has done. Instead, she has continuously denied all the allegations. She has denied any point of wrongdoing to a degree that is so insane to me, because again, these women have nothing to gain from this. If they were lying, for what? Why would they lie? What would they have to gain from lying? They don't have anything to gain. Number two, some of the instances involved have witnesses. And given the amount of people that have already come out and said like, yeah, I worked on Lizzo's team and it kind of fucking sucked, I think that the likelihood that those witnesses are gonna go on to the stand and be like, yeah, these women are telling the truth, kind of high, you know? I don't know why they would make allegations that involve other people witnessing these events if they weren't telling the truth. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. But then also, in addition to that, it's not even bad enough that Lizzo just won't admit to anything that she's done wrong and has publicly called these women liars and has also threatened countersuits with her very high-powered attorney, Marty Singer. She has also started doing something that I find very, very bizarre, where she has gone onto several different platforms and done interviews implying that the lawsuits have been dropped or dismissed. She went onto this podcast with Keke Palmer and essentially stated that the lawsuits, the claims against her have been dismissed for a lack of evidence. That's not true. She's just fucking lying. At best, she's misrepresenting the truth, but I don't even think it's that. I think she's just kind of straight up lying. Because if you watch the interview, the way that she's talking about it, it's like, it's just not true. The things that you're saying are just factually not true. So here's what's actually going on. Some of Asha's claims have been dismissed for jurisdiction reasons because there are some specific incidents that happened on tour in another country. So they just don't fall under American law. That's literally it. Asha has also, her lawsuit, Lizzo has been dismissed from Asha's lawsuit as an individual. And that's the thing that I think Lizzo is really leaning on here, that she is no longer being sued by Asha as an individual. She is still being sued by Asha, though, as the head of BGBT, which is a defendant in the lawsuit, which is why her attorney is still issuing claims within that lawsuit. Lizzo's lawyers seek full dismissal of meritless discrimination suit, calling former wardrobe assistant a brazen liar. That's from July of 2025. That's from this year. This interview was from December of 2024. So how have you been dismissed from the lawsuit in December of 2024 and your attorney is still filing things within the lawsuit in July of 2025? You're still being sued. You're just being sued as the head of a company. You're not being sued as an individual, which makes sense because, again, Asha never even interacted with Lizzo directly. But she is suing her company. But then what's even crazier about that, if you listen to this interview, whenever she's talking about the allegations, she's talking about the allegations from the lawsuit with Ariana Noel and Crystal, which hasn't been dismissed at all. The weight shaming comments claim has been dismissed, and the disability discrimination claims have been dismissed, but the rest of the lawsuit still stands. It is still going forward. In fact, again, well, she's tried to get it dismissed several times. In June of this year, her attorney tried to get it dismissed again by claiming that the whole thing with like the banana bar and the sexual harassment claims, those are protected by Lizzo's First Amendment rights. It's a part of her creative process to take her dancers to strip clubs and have them eat bananas out of the dancers' vaginas. So if you are trying to prosecute Lizzo on that, you're stepping in the way of her First Amendment rights. That is the argument that her lawyers are currently making. They said that the dancers are trying to silence Lizzo and weaponize her creative expressions against her. So, I don't know what Lizzo's real strategy is here. I don't know why she's trying to convince people that the lawsuits have all been dropped when they have not been. Because eventually, they're gonna go to trial. Like, the lawsuits are still very much ongoing. The next step is a jury trial. The only way that they're not going to trial is if, first of all, Lizzo's team manages to bully the women so much that they just drop the suits, especially like, I mean, these women don't have the amount of money that Lizzo has. So for sure she can bury them with cash, you know? She can make their attorney's fees so high that they literally just can't even afford to sue her anymore. So maybe that'll happen. There could also be a settlement, but at this point, it seems like Lizzo's team does not seem interested in a settlement at all. They haven't made any settlement offers that I'm aware of. They've only just tried to get the lawsuits dismissed entirely. So, no settlement on the horizon. The only other thing then is a jury trial. And at that point, what happens? When you go to trial, and when stuff starts coming out about the trial, when reporters from inside the courtroom start reporting on what's happening, and those headlines start coming out, and then people realize, they're like, wait a minute, I thought Lizzo said these lawsuits were dismissed. Now she's in a courtroom for them. She's a liar. Like, what is the end game? I don't understand it. How does she think this is going to turn out for her? And also, just on top of that, what's also, like, so fucked up about this, and this is where I have no real respect for Lizzo anymore, no patience for her. Throughout these last 2 years, she has done nothing but, like, essentially run a Darvo campaign, where she is now not only denying any act of wrongdoing on her part, she is making herself seem like a victim by constantly talking about how betrayed she felt by these accusations and how damaging it was to her life. Like, in this whole thing about she didn't want to live and she was stuck in a dark depression. First of all, the whole didn't want to live thing, she has said multiple, like, separate things that don't totally align with one another in terms of how suicidal she was, which I don't want to be too nitpicky about it, but it just seems very manipulative of, like, in one interview she was deeply suicidal and was, like, contemplating taking her own life. In another interview that happens afterward, she's basically saying, like, I just didn't really want to live anymore. I didn't ever, like, consider suicide. I wasn't, like, actively suicidal. I'm like, well, so which fucking is it? And then she goes back later to, like, I was so deeply suicidal. Like, girl, can you pick a story? Let me find, I have a link in here somewhere. Yeah, here's her on the fucking Kiki Palmer podcast.
I'm not going to cry. I said I wasn't going to cry because I'm not a fucking victim. We can't just be strong all the time.
And it's okay when you get your feelings hurt.
God, like.
Oh my God, the poor millionaire's feelings were hurt. When her employees sued her and her company for exploiting them. Oh my God, how hurtful.
A period of my life was very dark because of the feeling of betrayal. Not because I was like, oh my God, like, I did something wrong. It was like, no, like, the wind was knocked out of me by people that I cared about. A little bit of my innocence is gone, and a little bit of my free spirit is gone, for sure. Because that kind of, like, mass betrayal it's hard for any person to take. I feel like you understand.
I understand. And I know that a lot of times people see what we do and it feels so far away from you.
Whatever. Didn't she hire the same crisis manager as Depp? I don't know about a crisis manager, but Marty Singer, her attorney, has worked with Johnny Depp. He didn't work on the Depp v. Heard case, but Marty Singer he's been a lawyer for pretty much every celebrity who's ever been accused of anything bad. This was her on Blue Sky earlier this year. When was this? This was March. She wrote, I still feel like I haven't shared enough of my story. I feel bottled up and controlled. I need to get this off my chest. It may not be a big deal to people anymore, but that was my real life. I was severely depressed from August 2023 to April 2024, and I even considered giving up on life. Thank God for my therapist and family and music, or else I would have. I'm grateful for the lesson because if I had continued to be the woman I was, always giving everything I have to anyone and everyone who needed it, I would have been eaten alive by the people I cared for the most. Every day I mourn the person I was before that fake lawsuit came out. It's not fake, it's real, and it's still happening. Every day I cry for her. She was so pure and naive. I know so much better now. This world is a dark place, and I honestly don't understand it. These days, I'd rather be in isolation. I was too proud to be fat, too pro-black. Doesn't sound like it. Too positive, too uplifting, and they found a way to destroy the trust I had with the public. Y'all don't know how many times I've been silenced in the past 2 years. By silence, do you mean your attorneys have just advised you to not say anything? Because you're going to make yourself look bad, like you already have? And now I feel like I have no voice. Being a successful artist in this industry is like being in a beautiful prison made of nuance. Bitch, what does that even mean? A beautiful prison made of nuance? What are you talking about? Literally all you had to say was sorry. That's all you had to say. And then, if you haven't noticed, she's lost a lot of weight in the last year. She was on the cover of Women's Health, where she wasn't as suicidal in the interview as she was on Blue Sky. But whatever. She was on the cover of Women's Health, so she's talked about her weight loss journey a little bit throughout the year. And this was something where I was like, you know, there's a lot that we could say about that conversation. And like with the Ariana Grande thing, I mean, this one is even, I think, more nuanced. But like with the Ariana Grande thing, there's like a difference of like, how do we talk about these societal issues that we are noticing reflected in celebrity culture where, you know, the Ozempic boom happened, a whole bunch of women lost a lot of weight. It's definitely had an effect on the body positivity movement as a whole. Definitely had an effect on everyday women's relationship to their own bodies. But at the same time, it's like, well, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to punish Lizzo because she decided to make a choice about her own body? You know, it feels a little sticky. It feels a little weird. Don't know exactly how to talk about it. And then I'm like, you know, the person that I would be willing to hear from this on would be Lizzo. You know, I as much issue as I've had with her in the last 2 years, I still think that she probably has a perspective on that would be interesting, that would be, you know, maybe more nuanced than a lot of the people online are able to accomplish with their own discourse. You know, I'd be interested in just hearing from her. And she released a Substack post talking about this issue, specifically just a few days ago, just on the 23rd of November. So like, what, like a week ago? She released a Substack post that's called, "Why is everybody losing weight and what do we do? Sincerely, a person who's lost weight." It's like, wow, okay, that actually, I'd like to read this Substack post. I would like to know what Lizzo has to say on this issue, because I'm sure that she's considered it in some meaningful ways. So let's read the opening paragraph. "I started losing weight in the fall of 2023. I was severely depressed. I had been the subject of a vicious scandal, and it felt like the whole world turned its back on me. I became deeply suicidal. I cut off all my loved ones. I couldn't trust anyone because during the scandal, former close colleagues and friends whom I'd been on pleasant or neutral terms started to come out and make things up about me. God knows why. I suppose to kick me while I'm down? 15 minutes of fame? I guess I'll never know. That resulted in my extreme isolation. I was angry every single day. Mostly because I couldn't go out and defend myself. I couldn't tell the world the truth because no one would believe me. I understood my position of power, and I sat in it. The old me would tend to binge when sad and depressed. I would order hundreds of dollars of food delivery and eat everything until my stomach felt like it would explode. But this time, I just didn't feel like doing that. Not because I thought it would result in my weight loss, but honestly, I didn't care about my body. I didn't want to feel safe. A huge part of me blamed myself for what had happened to me. You shouldn't be so nice, Melissa, I thought to myself. You shouldn't try to help everyone all the time. This is what you get when you let the wrong people in. So in my self-loathing and self-neglect, I began to rot. As someone who has talked and sang about self-love their entire career, it was hard to watch that happen to myself. And so I decided to turn my extreme inaction into action. It's like, bitch, fuck you. This is like the thing that I was really willing to like listen to you on and be like, okay, what does Lizzo have to say about this? This could be an interesting conversation. Immediately you're making yourself into the victim of the fucking lawsuit that has nothing to do with this. Come on. I can't take you seriously at all. I have no patience for you at all because that's all you want to do is you want to just fucking victimize yourself. After you personally sexually harassed those women, allegedly, I think. And also you just overlooked the ways that your own management company was abusing these other women on your staff. And now them talking about it is just like, it was so devastating to you that your entire life revolves around it, that betrayal? Go fuck yourself. I can't even like give you any sort of grace at this point because it's all you want to talk about. So I didn't read the rest of this post. I have no fucking clue what she says after that first paragraph. No fucking clue. Because I'm not reading the rest of that. She already fucked up. She is also being sued for copyright. And as much as I don't like her, I do think this is stupid. She, I guess, had posted some song that had sampled some other song in it onto Instagram and TikTok. And it wasn't even a song. It wasn't like officially released or anything. And now she's getting sued for copyright for it. And it's like, well, she's not even making money off of it. It's not like she's not profiting from the song. It was just like it's stupid. I think that lawsuit is stupid. And it is kind of ironic because Lizzo, one thing that she did this year that I do think she was right about is she spoke up on the history of music sampling and how sampling laws are kind of racist. So here's her talking about that. I'll give her this one.
People get so weird about like samples. Like I really feel like sampling is like the sampling laws, I feel like are racist.
Why?
I feel like it's racist because let me actually break it down. The first time people started sampling was who? It was rappers in the 80s and 90s. They were sampling.
Most of James Brown, a lot of James. They were sampling a lot of James.
So they were sampling records because they didn't have access to big studios. They didn't grow up learning how to play bass and stuff like that. They created the genre of hip hop through sampling records in their, their parents' vinyls and stuff like that.
Taking what you got.
There were no sampling laws back then. It was all a free-for-all. So they was just outside, just like, okay, this is just what it is. And then hip hop was born and it was this beautiful thing. And then I feel like it was Sir Mix-a-Lot got sued from a band that he sampled, like a rock band or something. Because they were just so mad that these young black men were being enterprising with their music and remixing their music. Well, that's my music. You're stealing it. And I just feel like the theft of it all, putting theft on black culture, that's the part that kind of turns me off. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like it's...
No, she's right about that. And I don't want to say, like, dismissively, like, she is very right about that. I'm mad at her personally, so I hate to admit that she's right, but she is right about that. And on that topic, this is something that happened not this month, but last month in November. There's a website called Who Sampled, which was a website where people could just go any sort of uncredited sample on a song. If you wanted to find out what the sample was, you could go to Who Sampled and look it up. Already something that was like a little bit controversial in the hip-hop community, especially because there's a lot of uncredited sampling, which personally I think is fucking fine. I think sampling is fine. Who cares? You're making a new song out of something. Let people use your song. It's so dumb. And it is racist. It has a racist history of, like, if black artists were sampling other black artists, it wasn't an issue. If black artists were sampling white artists, then suddenly they're getting sued. So I also just think that sampling should fall under fair use to some degree, because it's like, it's a new song. It should be considered transformative, in my opinion, and in plenty of other people's opinions too. But so this website was already kind of controversial because there's something called, like, sample snitching, which is where you point out someone's uncredited sample, which can then make them even more vulnerable to a lawsuit. So this website was just kind of sample snitching, but it also was something that was being used by a lot of, like, music nerds who just wanted to, like, share the knowledge with other people. And so there was kind of this hope of, like, it's going to remain sort of separate from the rest of the industry. Hopefully it's not going to get anybody sued, but, you know, it very well could. Now it's gotten even kind of worse, though, because Who Sampled has now been acquired by Spotify, and it seems like it's going to be, it says it's going to continue to operate as a standalone platform and brand, but there is a worry that it is going to get integrated into the Spotify, like, system, and it's maybe going to get used as, like, a content ID system, which will then bring more lawsuits against more artists, probably more black artists specifically, but also just artists in general, especially people that don't have a lot of money. Like what Lizzo was saying in that clip, like, part of the reason that sampling became such a big feature of hip-hop is because that was music being made by people that couldn't afford to, like, go and make their own beats. So any sort of, like, lower income artists that are using samples from other things, whether it be from, like, other songs, from movies, from whatever, like, wherever you get your audio, and you take, like, a little bit of some copywritten material and you put it into your work and you put it in a new way and you make it sound like your own song, anyone who does that is liable for a lawsuit, you know? And if that kind of system gets implemented into Spotify as, like, a content ID system, a lot of people are going to get fucked over. So, yeah, not good. Something to pay attention to. And then Lizzo got into some other controversy this year that I will somewhat defend her on. So, at one point she did an interview where she said about Britney Spears that Britney is doing a Janet impression. I don't care. A lot of Britney fans were really upset about this. I think that saying that she's doing a Janet impression is a little bit... I guess it's, like, it's not the word that I would use. It's sort of disrespectful wording, but I also... Who cares? It's just a fucking... It's not that big of a deal. Like, obviously Britney was very inspired by Janet Jackson, and that's really the only point that Lizzo was making, was that Britney took a lot from Janet, and I think Britney would admit that too. People always like to talk about Britney as, like, specifically the daughter of Madonna, and for sure Britney took a lot from Madonna. Britney took more from Janet. Britney has always been more of Janet's child than she was Madonna's, and I think Lizzo is fine to point that out. So I never cared about this. But I did think that Lizzo's response to the backlash was a little odd. So after she said this, Britney stan Twitter lit up. They hated it. They were super upset about this comment that Lizzo made. And instead of just directly addressing it and just saying, like, that's not what I meant, or like, oh, I'm sorry that I worded it that way. Because Lizzo can't just like apologize for anything or just acknowledge any amount of wrongdoing. She just like, she did like some TikToks doing a Britney dance and then wore a Britney Spears t-shirt on SNL. And it was just so obvious of like, you're clearly trying to pander to Britney fans and be like, oh no, I love Britney. Look, I'm a fan. But it's like, it's just so obvious the only reason you're doing that is because Britney fans are mad at you and you're just not actually acknowledging why. It's just weird. It's a weird way to handle it. She looks cute though. And then she's released some music this year. I just have no real patience for her, so I haven't listened to most of it. I did listen to this song, Still Bad. I don't like it. It's not good. It's the same shit that she was doing before. It's like the empowerment anthem bullshit. It already feels hollow just by nature of the genre of the song. Like it already feels like something that's incredibly dated. But I also it's the fact that like your public image has changed and you won't do anything about it, you know? You were kind of outed as a huge asshole and your response is just to make the same music that you were making before as if you're gonna be viewed the same way. I don't know. It's just weird and it's not good. And also, the music video looked cheap as fuck, and I'm sure that she doesn't have as big of a budget as she used to, but it just feels like you could do more with that budget. Other than making this. Like, it looked bad. But whatever. She also released, at first it was a mixtape, and now I think it's a whole album. Again, it's the same fucking shit. I haven't listened to the entire thing yet, but from what I've heard, it's the same. It's the fucking same. And then she said this. And this is where I'm like, I don't even know if I'm just being unfair to her at this point because of my feelings toward her. Or if maybe she has she kind of has a point here. But I also feel like she's coping a little bit.
Multiple Grammy Award-winning artist. Hi, I'm a multiple Grammy Award-winning artist with multiple number ones and multiple platinum plaques, soon to be diamond plaque. If you are upcoming in this industry, you should watch this video. The music industry is in complete shambles right now, and you can use that to your advantage. Back in the day, the music industry was very algorithmic, as any other industry was, but that industry was controlled to a certain extent. Now that we are in the digital streaming age, there is no control over the algorithm. And it is stressing people the fuck out, myself included. Every major artist besides Beyonce has dropped music this year, or is planning to drop music this year, or has featured on somebody's record this year. I dropped a mixtape over the summer. I had SZA and Doja Cat on it, and I just dropped the deluxe to my mixtape today. And yet there are still people who don't even know I dropped music. Every major artist from Lady Gaga to Drake has dropped albums this year, and yet everyone is saying there's no song of the summer. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. It's not because the music isn't incredible. It's because the way that the algorithm is set up, no one can serve the masses anymore. This industry used to be based on serving the masses. Basically like servicing your song out to certain channels and certain radio stations. The internet space wasn't so congested. There was a clear channel back in the day for major artists to put their music out and serve the masses. Now you have to serve your people. I started a private page just for my fans, Lizzo IRL, and it has been one of the most incredible experiences.
Okay, now she's just like promoting herself at that point. It's like, I agree to some extent that the algorithm has definitely changed music, and it is harder. The monoculture in general has just shrunk. And so for sure, yeah, a lot of artists are just servicing a smaller group of dedicated fans rather than servicing the masses. But also, I think if you're trying to use that as the reason that your album didn't do well or whatever, you're like, a lot of people didn't even know that I released a mixtape this year. It's like, yeah, I don't know if that was the algorithm doing that, or if people are just not really interested in hearing from you because of the things that you did that you won't take responsibility for. Like, that definitely put a dent in your public image as a whole, and then you didn't change anything about your public image. You just tried to keep going like nothing happened, and people are sort of turned off by it. Because I think if she had released something that was like actually almost like confessional and wasn't just an empowerment anthem thing, I think people would have been a little bit more interested to hear what she had to say. But it's like the second that you hear Still Bad and it's just the same shit that she had on her albums 5 years ago, it's like, yeah, we're not interested. We've heard it. We've heard that from you. Thank you so much. And it's like the way that she's like, oh, Lady Gaga has released an album. Like, yeah, and I think a lot more people paid attention to that. I don't think that those are comparable. People like that did make a little bit more of an impact on culture. Like Sabrina Carpenter's album, people know that came out. Taylor Swift's album, people know that came out. For sure, attention is being a little bit more, people's attention, the things that people are paying attention to is a little bit more niche, I guess, and a little bit more personalized, which in some ways is really good, because it's like there's more music out there that's more specific and personalized, and not everything is just trying to be for the masses, which I think is kind of good artistically for a lot of artists. But even still, like, there are artists that are making general public facing work. You're trying to do that, and it's just not working for you. And I don't think it's because of the algorithm. I don't know, girl. This just kind of feels like a cope to me. And also the whole thing about, like, and people are saying there's no song of the summer. It's like, yeah, I guess this year there wasn't one definitive song of the summer, but there were songs that people were listening to during the summer. And again, it's like, if you're talking about albums, I think that people are just sort of more interested in albums right now than they really are interested in singles. I think that that's part of the music industry becoming a little bit more fan focused, is people are a little bit more interested in projects rather than just like a song that we all know the words to. But even still, there were songs that came out this year that were plenty big. Yours just wasn't one of them. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a dick to her. And then she dresses a mozzarella stick for Halloween, and it does look kind of cool. I think the mozzarella stick part, like the breading, looks kind of lame, because it's just like behind her, but the cheese actually, that looks pretty good. That looks cool. So, good job for that. Yeah, I think the VMAs had a category for Song of the Summer. They probably did, but who cares? Whatever the VMAs say, they don't fucking know anything. But it's again, everyone was freaking out about, like, oh my god, there's no Song of the Summer, and people were trying to, like, catastrophize it and act like it was this big thing. But it's like, it was just not I think most years probably don't have a super definitive song of the summer. We just sort of retroactively feel like they do. And like the last few years had such definite songs of the summer that it maybe feels a little bit weird this year to not have one. But then that to me, that implies that the music industry hasn't changed that drastically. If like last year there was a definitive, like, yeah, Espresso was the song of the summer. You know, it's just been a year. It's just been a year, and a lot of people released music this year. So, you know, there wasn't one song, but who cares? There were still a lot of good songs. But anyway, moving on. There's Lorde. She has had... Oh, shit, sorry. She has had a decent year. So she performed at Coachella with Ms. Charlie XCX for their Girl So Confusing song. Still haven't really moved on from that one. That's still a song of the decade for me. Maybe that's the song of the summer. But then after that, she started moving to promoting her own solo work. So she did the What Was That music video. This one had a little bit of a messy start, but in a way that makes it kind of more iconic. So she had posted something on her Instagram story about meeting at Washington Square Park at 7 p.m. So she posted that, a whole bunch of people started to gather. Then the cops had to shut it down because it was a whole bunch of fucking people at a park. It was too many. So the cops shut it down, sent people away, and then she came back and actually did her music video. And I know that I saw a lot of people being pissed that were there for the first crowd and then got, like, shooed away by the cops. And then later in the night, Lorde was back performing. I would be annoyed, too, if I missed out on it. But it also is, like, kind of extra iconic that it was a little bit messy. But so the song came out, the video came out. It was Kyle MacLachlan approved. That's how you know that it's a banger. I can probably play, like, a second of it. It's a good song. It is definitely more reminiscent of, like, her melodrama era compared to her last album, Solar Power. She then released the song Man of the Year, which is a song about her kind of exploring her own feelings about her gender identity. Cool music video. Got her tits taped down. She's in a big room full of, like, sand. It's cool. It's a good song. There were a lot of speculations throughout this time about her possibly transitioning and people speculating about her maybe being on some sort of hormone therapy. I know that there was something about, like, her birth control or something. Like, she was going through something medically that could have maybe explained some of the things that people were seeing, but I don't think she was ever on hormone therapy. But this is one of the things where I'm like, the discourse around this got a little bit sort of weird in some spots, but then also I was like, I guess I kind of understand, especially, I think there were a lot of trans people, a lot of trans men who were seeing the things that Lorde was doing and relating to it and seeing it as being sort of similar to their own transitioning journey. So I think that that's fine. But then there was a lot of projection being put onto Lorde that maybe felt a little bit invasive. But at the same time, it's like, it's not like a bad thing to be like, oh, she's transitioning. But I don't think she is. She was asked about Chapel Roan, I think, specifically asked her. So she was at the Met Gala and she wore this outfit that she said, to me, it represents where I'm at gender-wise. I feel like a man and a woman, you know? This was where I was like, why not wear pants then? Like, the whole theme of the of the Met Gala carpet was like dandyism, right? It seemed like a perfect opportunity to wear a suit. But whatever. It was meaningful for her. But yeah, Chapel Roan asked her about her gender identity, and she said she was like, so are you non-binary now? And I was like, I'm a woman except for the days when I'm a man. Which, all right. Whatever you say. I love, though, that it was Chapel Roan that asked her. Just, like, very direct. It takes another queer person to ask someone just very directly. Because I think, like, really cis hetero people can get a little bit, like, scared that they're going to, like, offend somebody if they ask. But I like that it was Chapel who was like, just, okay, are you non-binary? Just please say. Please make this clear for me. I wouldn't say that Lorde made it super clear with her response, but clear enough. I'm still going to use she, her pronouns until she says otherwise, but I feel like she could say otherwise at any moment. She then released her album Virgin, got an 82 out of 100 on Metacritic, debuted at number 2 on the US Billboard 200. It is only 35 minutes long, which she said she did on purpose because she didn't want to waste anyone's time, which I get what she was trying to do. For me, though, an album is something that you spend time with over, like, a long period of time, you know? Like, I don't need to listen to every song every time I listen to the album. I listen to, like, sections at a time, so I don't mind if an album is too long. I would like it if maybe some film directors would start thinking about whether or not they're wasting my time. But an album, I'm fine with being a little long. But okay, good for her. I hope she gets into filmmaking someday and takes that sentiment with her. She did a surprise Glastonbury set before the album, I think, or around the same time that the album came out, where she performed the entire thing. Oh yeah, that's the Glastonbury set. Now, one thing that is simultaneously cool, but also, her CDs for the album, and this is the only CD you can get, or at least at the time. I don't know if they've maybe made some changes, but at the time that the album came out, the only CDs you could get were these clear CDs, which look really cool, but they don't work in every CD player. And there were a lot of people that were having issues because they bought the album and then couldn't play it, like, anywhere. So that's a design flaw, especially when that's the only version that exists. But it does look cool. She also has removed her discography from Apple Music in Israel. She is part of the No Music for Genocide movement. Love it. Her social media has been interesting. She's done some photo dumps where I think this one might have even been deleted at this point, but she just did a photo of herself on the floor looking like she's crying, which has now become like a reaction image. I love that Poppy's just says Lorde shares a new photo. I think you're supposed to write Lorde stuns in new photo. Thank you. She's funny. Do you guys remember when it came out that she had like a separate Instagram account where she was just reviewing mozzarella sticks? She's so funny. There are no vinyls. I think there are vinyls, but if you got it on CD, this was the only CD you could get. But I do think it came out on vinyl as well. And I think inside the album artwork, there's also a photo of her pussy. So I love that. Oh, onion rings. You're right. It was onion rings. Does she still update it? I'd be interested in hearing about her onion rings. She also has this water bottle that she carries with her everywhere, and it's become pretty iconic in and of itself. She said of the water bottle, "It's a beautiful object and sort of became this personal talisman to me. I love the idea of finding magic in our everyday lives, and I have what I call sticker brain. this sort of shimmery, sparkly stickers that I would use as a child, that all still activates me. So I saw this bottle and was like, fabulous. And then she, at one point, passed them to fans, and I need you to hear the fans' reactions to getting handed the water. Which also, if this water bottle means so much to you, pretty ballsy to be just handing it to people in the crowd. But they gave it back, I guess. I mean, there was security there watching them, so. But listen to them scream as she gives them the water bottle. And all their hands. Oh my god, so funny. And then there's merch for the tour that is based off of the, like, color and material of the water bottle. I wonder who made the water bottle. Like, what was the company? She needs to get some sort of sponsorship with them. They need to make a brand deal. It says, I saw Lorde's Ultrasound 2025. And it looks like her fucking water bottle. Oh, it's so good. I love it so much. And then she also, some other fun things on social media. She posted on this video of Addison Rae and said, it's so yummy seeing someone in their body. Now, a lot of people were clowning on her for this and saying that it sounds creepy. And I don't know how Addison felt about it. Maybe Addison was creeped out, but, like, I fully understand what she's talking about. And I agree. And that is something that I love about Addison Rae, is that she is someone who is so in her body. And it is yummy. And we should say it. Also, look, her fucking profile picture is her goddamn water bottle. So I'm on her side on that one. Now, one I'm not totally on her side about. She gave this interview to Rolling Stone talking about Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee's sex tape, where she said she watched it and she said, I found it to be so beautiful. But I saw two people that were so in love with each other, and there was this purity. They were jumping off this big boat. They were like children. They were so free. And I just was like, whoa, being this free comes with danger. So if you don't know, Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee's sex tape was stolen from their house, literally stolen out of a safe, and then released without their consent, to which a judge, when they tried to, like, get it taken out of distribution, a judge was like, well, that's what you get for being celebrities, which is crazy. So this was never put out with their consent. Especially Pamela was very devastated by it. She felt very violated by this release of this video. It is fucked up to watch the sex tape, period. Yeah, she wrote a song referencing it. I think that was what she was talking about in this interview. It's fucked up to watch the video, period. Shouldn't watch it. Nobody should watch the tape. But if you're gonna, keep it to your fucking self. It's like, okay, curiosity got the best of ya. It's still fucked up. You shouldn't do it, but, like, okay, keep it in your brain. Don't tell anybody about it. Or if you're gonna tell anybody about it, like, just tell other people that you know, talk about it with your own friends and shit. Don't do an interview with Rolling Stone where you specifically call it out and are like, yeah, it was so beautiful. They were so in love with each other, and there was this purity. Because now at this point, you're just advertising it. You're, like, encouraging other people to go watch her sex tape. Just shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. Just watch it in your own fucking time. Or don't. But if you're gonna, just keep it to yourself. So that was fucked up. She was fucked for that. But she is on tour. It does look like a good tour. Yet again. No Detroit. But it's fine. It's fine. She went to Wisconsin. There's some Midwest representation. In Chicago, obviously. Oh my god, and Columbus! You went to Columbus, Ohio. Oh my god. Well, now I do feel offended. The fuck? Why doesn't anyone come to Detroit anymore? Yeah, it has been in the popular consciousness for 30 years, but it's like, Lorde has a younger audience that I'm sure has probably never seen it. And her audience is probably going to be way more curious about it now. Like, she is definitely drawing more people's attention to it than would have ever known about it. Or not known about it, but like would have ever really thought about watching it had she not said anything. And so it's just like, just don't say anything. Don't advertise it as like a, hey, if you haven't watched this yet, I thought it was really beautiful. Like, just nobody needed to know. Even like just maybe even vaguely referencing it. Being like, I watched a sex tape. Don't say specifically who. Just be like, look, I watched something that I wasn't supposed to watch. And she even says it in the interview too. Because at first I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. And I wanted to be like, maybe she doesn't even know that it was like released non-consensually. Maybe she thought that it was something that Pamela agreed to, but no, she says in the interview, she's like, I know it was probably fucked up for me to watch this, but it's like, well, just don't say anything then. If you're gonna talk about it, be like, okay, I watched something that I probably shouldn't have watched, but I got some enjoyment out of it. You know, you just don't have to specifically say Pam and Tommy, because the thing is, I've never watched it. Never once watched it. I've seen some clips that have played in like different celebrity things where it's like, oh, here's a clip of it. That's all the stuff of them not having sex. It's just them on like vacation, because it's a vacation video. So I've seen some of those clips. I've never watched the sex part, but there was a part of me when she said that where I was like, oh, I am kind of curious though. And I'm like, well, no, I'm not going to watch it. But it's like her bringing it up and the way that she was talking about it and hyping it up. I was like, what did she see in that video? I wonder if I would see the same thing. And I had to be very hard on myself to not do it. But I'm a curious girl, and I'm a nosy girl. So it's like she was literally tempting me, personally. And she was wrong for that. But oh well. But now I am kind of mad at her about the Detroit thing. What the fuck? You went to Columbus, Ohio? Sorry, Ohio. But it's just like, did Detroit not do enough for music in general? That nobody wants to come here anymore? I mean, what? It's the Rock City. No one has any appreciation for that. Nobody wants to come here anymore, except for Katy Perry. It's fucked up, if you ask me. She will also be headlining Lollapalooza next year. That's very exciting, alongside Sabrina and Tyler, the Creator, and Chappell Roan. And Skrillex. I didn't even know Skrillex was still doing shit. They used to play the Joe Louis Arena. They used to. It's really like, we used to get way more performers out here. It's just been over the last few years that no one's coming here anymore. Sweat Tour opened to Detroit. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for Troy and Charlie. And Charlie might have come back for her solo tour too, but I didn't have any money by that point, so I didn't even want to look. But a lot of the big girls are just not coming anymore. Like Ariana didn't come here. Beyonce didn't come here. Gaga didn't come here. Gaga hasn't come for a while. And it's fine. But it does suck. Oh, but I guess that was really the end of Lorde. Is she really, like... She hasn't done that much in terms of meta-narrative. The album came out, the album was good, people liked it. Didn't get nominated for any Grammys or anything, which kind of sucks. But the only other thing that she's done is just having that water bottle. And being kind of weird. In interviews and also on social media. Oh, and she also did, so for the tour... She brought out Sadie Sink for a Greenlight performance. I guess this has something to do with some play or something that Sadie is in. I don't know anything about it, so I don't know if this means anything to anybody. Here you go. Sadie danced to Greenlight live with Lorde. This is a very dark video. It does look like a good tour, though. Yeah, I don't know what the significance of that is, but hopefully people like it. And then we have Doja Cat, who I think is our final girly for the night. So earlier this year, she did do a James Bond tribute with Lisa and Ray at the Oscars. They also did a song together called Born Again, which is unrelated to the James Bond tribute that they did. But they did multiple things together. She also released a song earlier this year called Crack, which is available on her website for 24 hours only, which is interesting. I don't think, has that come out at all on streaming, or is it still just not released anywhere but her website? I don't think, it's not on the album, is it? She is often on Instagram Live. I see her live fairly regularly. I'll pop in for like a second, but she's just always there. She is very funny. Here's a scene of her acting out her finding out that her husband is gay.
Buzzing pop. Buzzing pop.
Hey. Oh my god, they have to do a fucking audio watermark too. That's so annoying. You literally just downloaded this off of her fucking Instagram. You just screen recorded this. This isn't your material. What the fuck?
You look nice. Yeah.
Buzzing pop.
I mean, I'm not looking at you like anything. No, I'm not. I mean, I will be honest. Like, I feel like
Buzzing pop.
There's something you might not be telling me.
Buzzing pop.
I can't. I've seen the video. I didn't watch it before I put this link in because I didn't think Buzzing Pop was doing audio watermarks. But it is, she's funny. She's a good actress, good little actress. She also made fun of Sydney Sweeney on TikTok, which I thought was funny.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
I do have like a little bit of PTSD from her mocking other women on TikTok specifically, but I'll make an allowance for this one. But some other instances of her doing something similar, not my favorite. Now, there was some controversy this year. So, this is a fan who, he met her outside of some sort of some sort of performance or something that she did. I don't remember what it was. But here I have his video.
I'm about to give my shirt.
This is what he posted on his TikTok.
I'm about to give my shirt to Doja Cat because she's the iconic girl.
Period!
No, bitch, you deserve it. Literally, and if you ever want anything more, I got you, always. This is the girl right here. I love you, God. Thank you so much.
Happy Pride Month!
Pablo.
Nice to meet you.
Wait, what's your real name? Or is it Doja? Is your real name?
Ami.
Ami, so nice to meet you, girl.
Nice
You're
to meet
beautiful.
you.
I hope you have the best night. You're literally everything in life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Period!
My girl, Ami. Love you, dog. Don't say thank you, thank you.
You smell.
I'm about to give my shirt to Doja Cat.
So I guess the lore behind that is like she saw his shirt at whatever concert or whatever, and she was like, oh my god, I love your shirt. And then he made this TikTok giving her the shirt. Cute little video. Except she, a few days later, got a little upset about it. I have to pull up this BuzzFeed article because this is where the screenshots are, because everyone fucking deletes their tweets now. She addressed this video. Did she say you smell good at the end there? She did. She did say that he smelled good. Remember that. She says, bottom line is I'll smile at you, but it doesn't mean I fuck with you, and don't touch me and manhandle me when you don't even fucking know me. If you know, you know. I honestly think I need to stand up for myself in the moment sometimes. And he didn't even know my fucking name to be touching me and kissing me on my face like that is crazy. And then someone responds and said, I thought you were feeling the damn interaction. Why is all that? Explain and give us some context. And she says, I was very drunk. IDK, what to tell you? And she says, girl, I thought you said he smelled good. And she said, he did, but I don't like how comfortable he was touching me and kissing me without my permission. And then, where's the other one? She says, like, I threw that... I think she said, I threw that musty shirt away. Oh, I can't even find all the tweets now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she says, I threw that musty shirt away. He then has a response. Oh, fuck. Where? I thought I had them all right here. Let me see. Because he made a video response. Oh, yeah. I threw that musty shirt away, by the way. Here's his response.
And I got informed that Doja said some shit about me on Twitter. I just want to clear this up because it hurts. Because I loved her. I watched her at Coachella. I've never claimed to be the biggest fan, but I really stand her and I think what her work is amazing. I just think it's crazy because she's the one at this event that was being so nice, and she said, she pointed out my shirt, and I said, and I like that. And then when I went outside and she was outside, I was like, girl, you'd be the perfect girl for my Pride collection. And she said, what do you mean, what Pride collection? I said, oh, I released this t-shirt, blah, 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 I'd love to give you one. She said, I'd want one right now. And I said, oh, I could give this one to you. She said, no way, you're not gonna give this to me. And that's when the video started, and she was being so sweet and amazing, and I thought that's what it was. And now, guys, she's on Twitter saying she threw that musty shirt away. She's saying that I didn't know her name, that I manhandled her, all this stuff. I understand, guys, if I was being like too nice or whatever, I will take full accountability. I'm gay. I would never want to make her feel uncomfortable. She's so iconic. I have only been saying the nicest things about her. She's the sweetest celebrity. She made me feel so seen. She said, Ami, I thought she was nice. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if this is for publicity or for whatever, guys, but I would have never wanted to make her uncomfortable. I would have never even filmed if she didn't say yes. Guys, that video that we filmed was after everything, and I don't want to be that guy that comes on emotional or whatever, but I feel like I'm always the butt of the joke. Like, why am I the punching bag, bro? Like, literally, like, nothing happened other than her liking my shirt. I offered it to give it to her. She doesn't have to keep it. She doesn't have to do whatever, but she was obviously down, like, and I understand she has to set her boundaries. She's a celebrity. I'm not. I will never understand that, so I value that, and I appreciate it, and I get that. But for me, guys, I'm a normal-ass person that's at a bar, meets Doja Cat. I just released my clothing drop for Pride, and I just offered to give her one, and she said, oh, I want one right now. So I had the size. I was like, here, take it. I apologize if I did anything wrong at all. But guys, I'm a human being too. And honestly, this just shows me, I guess, that maybe not everybody's who they show in person. I would have never said anything other than she's the sweetest girl ever, but I guess she went on a whole tweet rant about me. I never claimed to have it all laid out, to know what I'm doing. Like, I'm just at a bar, released a clothing drop. Doja was being very sweet to me. And also, guys, I know I didn't know her first name. I'm so sorry. I never claimed to be the biggest fan ever. I just respect her a lot for her work. I've listened to her music so many times. I met her 4.5 years ago at the VMAs, and I was like gagged. And I thought 4.5 years later, the world worked for me. Like the stars lined in my favor, but I guess not.
So like, and then he made another t-shirt that said musty ass shirt. He said, she wants to promote her album, I'll promote my clothes.
I'm feeling lovely, it must be.
I mean, I think they're both kind of right in a way. Like, with Doja, for one thing, I do think that she was clearly drunk in the video, so I get how she would maybe see the video the next day and feel kind of taken advantage of, or feel like the way that he was with her was just a little bit too comfortable. At the same time, I also think in the original video, the way that she was interacting with him, I can understand why he wouldn't think that she was uncomfortable. I mean, at one point when he like goes to hug her, she hugs him back and like puts her leg up on him. So I'm like, I get from his stance why he wouldn't have thought anything of it in the moment if he's already like a kind of touchy person and she didn't seem uncomfortable at that exact moment. But then I get why she was kind of uncomfortable. Like, it just sort of seemed like a mess. And I think dominantly Doja is maybe the wrong person here just from how she was attacking him on Twitter. Like, instead of saying that, hey, I would really appreciate it if people asked permission before they, like, touched me or kissed me or anything. Like, that would have been an appropriate response. She was just very, very aggressive and was calling him out and saying that the shirt was musty and she threw it away. Like, it was, I think, just kind of mean. And him being a random person who's on TikTok and who, like, is just trying to promote his shirts, which his shirts look super basic as fuck, but whatever, that's his business. He apparently has a little shirt company. I don't know. Like, I think it was unfair to put him under that sort of spotlight. And I do think that, like, he was kind of, like, clout chasing a little bit, especially with the way that he responded. But at that same time, I'm like, well, how else do you respond? It's like, you're already put into this terrible position where a celebrity is talking shit about you on Twitter. Yeah, I guess, sure, make a t-shirt out of it. I mean, you gotta pay your rent. I don't know. Then Doja did talk about this a little bit later in an interview, and what she says here makes complete sense to me, and I think that she actually did end up handling this pretty well.
Okay, so this was an instance of that. This was me feeling like, if I feel like people can come up to me and either hold my arm or hug me or give me a kiss on the cheek or offer me a gift, if I feel like I've given everybody a pass to do that, that in my mind looks like people tearing at my skin and ripping off my hair and tearing at my clothes. It looks like hell to me. And that means I have no boundaries. And I had to set a boundary. However, I wasn't in my right mind at that moment to express that. I had waited so many days because I have such an issue with setting boundaries for myself. I usually am very like, yes, like, come, like, hug, touch, be,
take whatever you want.
Whatever, take whatever you want. I have a family. Like, you know what I mean? That's me. And so I've had a really hard time setting boundaries. When I saw the virality in the way that whole thing happened, I thought that meant, okay, everybody, it's your turn. And so I thought that if I stepped out of my house, something would happen to me. All irrational fear, all based on my own personal experience. And that was a trigger for me. And I, instead of being like, hey, by the way, don't do this, I said, don't fucking touch me. if any of you ever come up to me and touch me, you're done. Like I went like this, I puffed my chest out, I did that. Instead of closing the door, I kicked it and the knob fell off. And so now the door is fully open. And now I'm the least protected that I could. If anything, I sabotaged and I made it so that I couldn't be protected at all, because it was an overreaction, but a valid overreaction, but still not excusable, right? It's more. There's a lot of kind of twists and turns to it, but it was a poorly handled situation.
Yeah.
In conclusion.
I guess.
So, reasonable response, I think, to everything that happened. Shouldn't have put that man on blast like that, but I understand why she felt that way in the moment. Now, the good news is they made up. Everything is fine now. It was actually really cute. So at her Outside Lands performance, she said, "I knew I smelled something." And there he is. Musty boy. Aww. It's real cute. That is actually, like, it is a genuine kind of feel-good moment of like, oh, look. He could move past it. And then he made another TikTok.
Time where the one time and the one time. How do I smell?
You smell amazing.
No, actually, like, we need this, like...
Oh, well, you smell good.
You're like, I wouldn't say amazing, but... You smell amazing, and I now know your name is Ami. I'm like obsessed with your name.
And that's fine, and you didn't need to know.
No, but I should have known because like you're that
You should
girl.
not
Like
have
yes.
known.
No, my
You
God.
should not have
Wait,
known.
can I be honest?
Yes.
Did you actually throw that musty shirt away?
I don't know.
No. So you remember that?
So that was cute. Glad they made up. And then also her Outside Lands performance was great. This was where she really debuted her new aesthetic for the era, her very 80s inspired aesthetic. She then released Jealous Type, which debuted at number 28. Great song. She also performed at the VMAs. And this, I do think she had a great performance at the VMAs. Unfortunately, I just don't think it was enough to save the VMAs, because it was just sort of like, it was good in a way that was very polished. You know, like it was just a good performance. I need a VMA performance to like truly be iconic. I need it to be a little bit messier, you know? I need there to be a little bit of controversy, which there just wasn't at this last show. So, you know, it was a good performance. She tried. She tried to save the show, but she could not. She did eat her lipstick on the VMA red carpet, though. It's apparently a part of some campaign. I think is it for MAC? Yeah, it's MAC, where it's like edible chocolate lipstick. I don't even know why you would want that. Why would I ever? Then what? I just don't have lipstick? Because I ate it? I guess maybe it would be nice because, like, your lips would taste good. But, like, you can get flavored lipstick that's not just, like, edible lipstick. I don't know. I don't understand this product. It made a cute moment on the red carpet, but I don't understand it as a sellable product. And also, it's like, what happens? Are your teeth going to be red like that? Are you just going to get lipstick all over your teeth? This is stupid. It's stupid. But her performance was very referential to another very famous VMA moment from 1987. So she's definitely really committed to this 80s thing, which I do like from her, and I think the album is good. It is called... Is it just called Vi? I don't even know... What does that mean? I've never known what the album title meant, and I've been afraid to ask, but now I'm not. What does it mean? Does anybody know? This cover got a little bit of, like, I guess, backlash. Like, some people just didn't like it. There is an alternative cover. I think the biggest problem with it for me is that it just looks so similar to Miley Cyrus's. What was it? What was her album called? Endless Summer Vacation. It looks very similar to the Endless Summer Vacation cover, but she defended it in a deleted tweet, so I have to use the Wayback Machine. I'm so fucking sick of people deleting their tweets. She said, "You can't make me feel bad for a cover that has visceral meaning. The greatest armor is love and integrity. I forgive your harsh criticism, but for me, I won't yet again for following my heart. Or for me, I won yet again for following my heart. If I was you, I wouldn't." I don't know who she's replying to. But I do think that I love the sentiment here of, like, I like my album cover, fuck off. I do think it would mean a little bit more if it wasn't the only album cover. This is the digital album cover, but there is a physical release that has a different cover. That's like her with, like, roses behind her. But whatever. It's fine. It's fine. But I do like the idea of an artist just putting out one cover and standing by it. Wish more people would do that. Charlie did with Brat, and that was iconic. And that's how you do it. I'm so sick of people putting out 20 different covers. Like, I just want a unified image for the era. I think some are fine. Like, if you really feel so moved to have multiple covers, if it makes sense. But to me, it just feels like they're just putting out these multiple different covers so that the consumer can just pick and choose their own experience. And it's like, no, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me what the album cover is. I'm not trying to do a choose your own adventure. But she's done a lot of different performances. They've all been great. I do think she's, like, the best performer of this crop of girls. She did a great performance. This was, what was it? It was Vogue World. She also did a great performance on SNL. She's done great performances fucking everywhere. If Doja Cat is performing somewhere, she's killing it. She is just kind of the best in the game in that arena. She also has done a lot of other promos. She co-hosted The Late Show with Jimmy Fallon. She's also just been on Instagram and Twitter and TikTok and everything all day. So she's very active. Which almost makes it a little bit hard sometimes to distinguish. I think a lot of people haven't even realized that she's in a full new album era because she's just always so public in the first place. You know, it's not like there's no real dip. There's somewhat of a dip in terms of the performances and her, like, being on late night, but it's like she's always around. So I think some people just don't even know that she's actually in album mode right now. And then she is going on tour, or she's already been on tour. She started her tour, but it just started. It looks great. It looks great. Is she coming to Detroit? Thank you, Doja. Thank you. Oh my god, and we're the first in North America. Oh. Thanks, girl. I wonder where she'll be. Anywho, she's also started teasing a deluxe edition. This tweet, would you believe it? has already been deleted. But it seems like a deluxe edition is coming out. I don't know if there's a date yet, but someday soon. And that's it. And look at that. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. So I'm going to get to watch Gaga on Colbert. She's not performing or anything. I think that they're just doing some sort of interview thing. I don't even know. But our only honorary pop girlie this week, we've only got one. It's Michelle Yeoh. I'll be honest. Last time I think I mentioned something about one person's performance in Wicked not being my favorite and thinking that one person was miscast. It was Michelle Yeoh. I do like Michelle Yeoh. I very much appreciate Michelle Yeoh as an actress in other projects. I don't think she was right for this role. That being said, I love her on the promo campaign. Like, it is almost worth it to have her in the movie for me, just to see her doing promo. Especially recently, in like the last week, this meme has really popped off of her. Well, I'll just show you, because this is iconic.
The memorable MM. Flip it around, Wicked Witch. Actually, I think for Madame Morrible, it just went from MM to WW, Wicked Witch. Madame Morrible, MM, flip it around, Wicked Witch. Yes. MM, Wicked Witch. There you go. One is Madame Morrible, now known as the Wicked Witch.
Right.
Just think, MM, flip it around, Wicked Witch.
She's changed, but not for good.
Wicked Witch.
Was this fun?
Who is truly the Wicked Witch? WW, MM, WW.
It's true.
MM
Turn into Wicked Witch. I know.
MM, flip it around. Wicked Witch.
You're very evil.
Horrible.
Yes.
MM.
Madame Marble.
Down, Wicked Witch.
Yeah, oh my God. That's...
So I played the villain, the Wicked Witch. I think it was...
It's very cute. I wonder, like, when did she come up with it? Did she think about that while making the movie, or was that something... Because I only saw her starting to do it this last, like, 2 weeks. But was this inside of her the whole time? Was she waiting for the right moment to pop that out? She seems very excited by it. And I'm excited as well. Thank you for that. Should have probably been cast by somebody else, but I love it nonetheless. Thank you, Michelle Yeoh. We do love you. But that's it. I will see you guys next week, or also tomorrow if you're here for any of the members. We're going to do the members stream tomorrow for Brittany's birthday. I mean, that's not like why we're doing the stream tomorrow, just the monthly stream, but it happened to fall on Brittany's birthday. So everyone make sure in an hour, if you're on the East Coast, in an hour it's Brittany's birthday. So act accordingly. But I'll see some of you tomorrow for the members stream. And then the rest of you, if you come back, I'll see you next week on Monday, where we will discuss oh yeah, JLo would have been great. I didn't even know that she auditioned. She would have been perfect. Shit. What the fuck? Just some strange choices made in that film. I've been redoing the color grading for the first movie. Taking my time with it, you know, going scene by scene, like shot by shot, really. And I gotta say, that man fucked up. There are so many. Maybe I can just pull it up for a second. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna get in trouble with the copyright. But it's bad. The color grading, I always knew it was bad, but especially like now that I'm changing it, when I go to like look at what the original looked like and I take like the effects that I put on off, I'm like, What the fuck was he thinking? But John Chu, if you're watching, I am available. I know that you're doing the Britney biopic. I'll work for free. Getting paid is way less important to me than doing right by Britney Spears. So if you need me, I will be around. He seems like a nice man. But I need him to, like, get some decent cinematographers on his team or something. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, see some of you tomorrow. See some of you next week. Next week is Lily Allen, Haley Williams, Addison Rae, Tate McRae, and I think that's it. And then the week after that will be The Boys, who seems like a nice man. John Chu, the director. Nice man, but not the greatest director. Oh, he's besties with Scooter Braun? Really? That's crazy. Really? I need to look that up. Not that I don't believe you, but it's such an accusation to put on somebody. They work together, it sounds like. Though I probably shouldn't just trust whatever the fucking AI is telling me. I'm not gonna hold him to that. They work together. He directed the Never Say Never? I didn't even know that. Huh. You learn something new every day. Anyway, oh my god, Scooter was on the set for Wicked? Ew. Maybe that's why it looks so bad. Was he in the editing room too? Was he telling them to put that ugly ass brown filter over everything? Was that him? Anyway, I'll see some of you tomorrow, some of you next week, and I'm gonna go watch Miss Gaga on Colbert. Okay, bye.